gaveling this meeting to order, as it were, at 6 p.m. This is the special council meeting that's been called for Thursday, August 20th. Present, we have myself, Mayor Rick Ufford-Chase, President Carter Finnegan, council members Sharon Perry, John Minette, and Andrew Touchette are all with us. Jim Johnson, the clerk treasurer, is here. We have Joe Gunter, our city manager, and Carrie Schultz, our financial and office administrator. And we also have David Rue, who's the city attorney with us from SPNL. Council members, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
None.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. There's only one item on the consent agenda, and that's the minutes from the meeting on Monday night, the 17th. Are there any questions about the minutes?
I move that they be approved.
Beautiful. I got a motion.
I'll second.
Carter seconds. Any concerns? Hearing none, all those in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember to pause just a little bit for you, Sharon. Sorry about that.
Oh, aye.
Okay, so here's where we are in the process. We had a presentation on Monday night that was given by Sharon about the process that got us here, so we're not going to rehearse that in any great detail. I will say that there's been a little bit of back and forth with some advice and counsel from David Rue, Charlie, and Sharon before she left, and had individual conversations with some of the task force members. Most of the changes that David was proposing were non-content and non-consequential in terms of the work of the task force. They were just editing. But there were a couple that were where there were more serious questions, and so the resolution of that was to present it basically the way the task force created it. And there may be a couple of other things. I saw some email late this afternoon where Charlie was raising questions about some language that didn't.
Yeah, that was confusing, so.
So we'll figure it out.
That'll be easy to deal with.
But basically what you have before you, council members, is the agreed upon draft with maybe a couple of minor modifications that we'll talk about from the charter task force. I'll say that we have all of you in the room, right, from the charter task force. Thank you so much for this and so many other meetings. So Travis Gaines, Danny Grant, Dennis Chanette, and Mike Marcotte are all here with us, in addition to Charlie Pronto, who is co-chairing with Sharon. So we have our entire task force with us tonight. And the goal tonight is to review everybody's had a chance now to look at the proposal over the last several days. So we'll review any questions that you council members have or that have come up from the task force members, and we'll give our attorney a chance to weigh in. We'll make any changes to the proposal through a formal process of putting a motion on the table and discussing it. We'll give folks in the community a chance to speak to any item that's being proposed for a change as well, and then the council will vote on any changes. And then when we have perfected the document, we will make a final decision about whether or not to move ahead. And then Dave will lead us through a process of the best way to move ahead. Does that all make sense? Dave, you okay with the way I just described that? Great. See the thumbs up. Okay. So I wonder the best way to do this, Charlie, and I'm open to your opinion about this, if we should just put it out to questions from the council members and to the task force, anybody, just allow the council members to ask any questions, allow the task force members to ask any questions about current language, and then we'll take them one at a time. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, either way.
Okay, so council members, let's start with you all. Do you have questions that you would like to raise? Everybody should at this point have a copy of the proposal in front of you. So council members, the floor is yours if you'd like to put stuff on the table.
Is this thing on?
Not if you didn't hit the button.
Oh, yeah, definitely now it's on. I was curious from the task force if you guys had conversations around, I appreciate that the priority, or looking at the clerk and treasurer position, moving to appointment, and generally I support that, and I'm excited that either brought that forward again. I was curious if you guys had conversations around, it says in here, J for both. City clerk may also be appointed as the city treasurer. I was wondering if you guys had conversations about separating those roles and if there's any substantive conversation or understanding around that. Because that's one where I have thoughts around that, but I want to know what you guys discussed.
And Carter, can you reference the specific sections of the resolution?
Both, it's J in both the city clerk and treasurer, so.
And are we going by?
No, by section, so give us the section.
Old section 13, new section 12. So old section 13 and old section 14.
13J,
Yes, 13J and 14J.
the city treasurer shall be eligible to hold the office of city clerk.
Yes.
Okay, I know task force members that it's bothersome, but I'm gonna ask you all to go to the microphone, in part because that gets you on the camera for folks who are watching later on. So, anybody on the task force want to respond to that question?
You want me to start, Charlie?
Sure.
Yes, I'm going to say ahead of time, there is not a section in this charter, current or proposed, that was not discussed. And so, Carter, yes, it was discussed. Historically, it's always been together. It's been two positions shared by the same person. Thus why there are job duties and responsibilities for each. I think we just considered it a given that it's been the same person at this point. It is not budgeted for two separate people to each hold a position. So we went forward historically with the way it's been.
So I'll
Go ahead, Charlie.
I'm just gonna stand up here until you're done asking questions.
That sounds like a smart move. Task force members, however, should feel free to kick him out.
Yes, you can be glad to boot me out. So one of the things we discussed is why was that line put in there?
Yeah.
And basically it's because we don't know what we don't know, which we said a million times when we were putting this together. So, Newport could grow to 10,000 people, and we may decide that maybe 2 different people in those functions would be a good idea, and then you'd have to go back to the charter to get it done. So we tried to do a couple of things in here that would not require a charter change if that change came about.
Okay.
So that was our discussion,
So like the,
right?
And it is a May, so they're
Yes.
set up as 2 separate.
Okay.
But I'm just going to ask you,
Yeah.
when you're going to speak, please come to the mic, because people watching online are going to have a hard time.
Yeah,
It's a may, not a shall.
yeah.
okay.
Those are 2 very powerful words we learned.
Carter, do you have further comment about that?
I suppose looking at our neighboring communities and lessons they've learned, that when you have those roles separate, and again, this is not at all a projection on our current situation, it's just looking forward, and I very much understand the phrasing of we don't know what you don't know, and the may versus the shall. I see there being strength. Sorry, y'all. Oh, that was just your hand. I see there being strength in separating those roles, and having basically just the treasurer serve as kind of a check, like quite literally just counting and signing, versus the clerk's responsibilities being a little delineated. So there's just, yeah, I just find a little security in that, but I understand the historical context, and how it's written allows the council and the city to go through either route. And I think it could be, I don't know, I can see it being resolved pretty simply in the budget. But that was just my opinion.
I can think of only 2 towns in early.
Turn on the mic, John, and speak out,
I
please.
thought it was.
I think it is. I
It
think,
is on.
yeah.
Okay, and pull it towards you. Pull it closer.
I think there are only 2 towns in Orleans County where there are presently separate people. The general thought process, even though they're defined separately in state laws, so they would be either elected or appointed separately, the general thought process is that in many cases, in order to attract a capable person to do the work, it's necessary to combine the positions to create something approaching a full-time position to make it of interest to a person who actually has the skills when they look at what they can make in the private sector as opposed to working for the municipality.
Right, there are different challenges with that. We just have such a large budget compared, when we look at Orleans County, we rise above with the amount that is managed in our local government. But I see Dave has.
Yeah. Dave, go ahead.
Oh, muted, yep, you're on, yep.
Sorry, I don't want to go on for too long about this, but if that's really interesting about Orleans County, the trend we're seeing everywhere else is that the treasurer position is split from the clerk, and unless, and this is the one exception and it applies to Newport, there's someone else in the city as a bookkeeper. The reason is because the job of a municipal treasurer is no longer managing a budget of $100,000. It is millions of dollars with federal grants and reimbursements, and in many cases, it's appropriate to have a CPA or someone with bookkeeping experience in the role of municipal treasurer instead of someone who may run off the street with a high school degree and win because they're the only person running for that seat in a particular municipality. So that's why we're seeing more professional treasurers, and we're seeing them being switched from elected to appointed because municipal budgets are just getting more and more complex and complicated from a financial perspective with all the grant money out there. This is, of course, has no bearing on the current clerk treasurer, and I'm not speaking about him or his skills or his job performance, because we all like the chips too.
Thank you, Dave. Sharon?
So haven't we covered all possibilities in the charter, the way it's written? I mean, because tonight's about the charter, not about whether or not we should separate those positions out. We need to make sure the charter addresses all possibilities, and haven't we done that?
I was just wanting to know what the discussion was and why it was retained. So, but I can see the strength of keeping it as is, and I'm ready to move on to the next one.
Okay, I'm gonna move us on then. Lori.
Yeah.
We have a long agenda tonight.
I know that you got different wording. Do you want me to go up there?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it was only brought up because you said may and shall. So on page 10, under letter J, the city clerk may also be appointed city treasurer. And on page 11.
Don't use pages, please. Use,
Oh, I'm sorry.
use citations.
Okay, under the city clerk,
Yeah.
number 12, J, it says the city clerk may. And for the city treasurer, which is 13J, it says the city treasurer shall be eligible. So you probably want to make sure that those are the same terms.
Go ahead, Danny.
I had a question, but,
Hand her the mic.
oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This is actually just a question for Sharon. Sharon, I know that I'm maybe, I know we agreed that since you're out of town, I would be making any notes and updates. I would be doing the admin work for this meeting. Do you want me to just be making these changes offline? Or is
David,
that lawyer doing
You're
it?
doing that.
I can make changes as directed by the council, once they're given to me, so.
Yeah, I think
if there is a desire to,
That's an open meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yes, we will ask our attorney to make any changes once the council has voted on a change. Okay? So, Lori, if I understand your point, it says in 12J, the city clerk may also be appointed as city treasurer. And in 13J, do I have this right? Sorry.
Yep.
There's 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
13J should say may and not shall.
That's one that Mike missed, that's his fault.
Well,
They say the same
I didn't write it.
thing.
So, I think we all meant shall.
well,
No,
Yeah.
may.
In both, no.
Well,
You meant shall?
Yeah, well,
No.
you shall appoint a treasurer and a,
Oh,
What?
yeah, no, Charlie.
you have to, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Are we in the wrong?
They say the same thing, they just phrased it.
right.
So I
No,
thought-
Charlie, this is the one where they may be eligible to be the same person having both J.
There's an easy fix, which is just to rephrase 13J to say the city treasurer may also be appointed as city clerk. And that solves the problem.
That's what I had made, that's the change I made pending the approval of council.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
Let's-
noted.
Okay, so,
I make a motion to make that approval. Do we have?
So, can I ask you, mine both say shall.
I think you've got
Like
a
that.
different copy than the one with
Well, that may have been our problem earlier today.
the. Here, Charlie.
yeah, look on this one, and there are more copies in the hallway, so Danny can grab them.
So this one, I got 20 copies of this thing.
All right,
So I
so,
think you have to, just point it out, so I don't know where it is in here, but both, this one here both says shall, but if we're gonna say that the clerk and the treasurer are both gonna be appointed by the council, then you shall do it, not may.
Well, it says may because you may separate,
right,
Okay.
that's what we're referring
If
to.
you- I'm not gonna die on that, I'm
Yeah.
okay with that.
Well, the intro paragraph says that in each says that
Keep it, Charlie.
person shall be appointed.
Well, I got
It's
no-
only when you get into the details that it says it may be the same person. But the intro says, the city clerk shall be appointed by the city council, and the city treasurer shall
Right.
be appointed by the city council.
That's right, we have a
covered.
shall.
Yeah.
That's covered, and it's only in,
That was happening, no.
and it's
Okay, I
o-
think that's what I'm looking
yeah, and it's only in the section J that the question came up.
Okay, so John,
Okay.
I would welcome a motion from you regarding the change you're proposing.
Okay, so I propose, and Dave will tell me if I'm wrong because he's already written it down, but the change would be to change 13J to read, the city treasurer may also be appointed as city clerk.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Dave, does that sound like what you're expecting?
Yes, that's exactly what I thought would, how it would read.
Task force members, are you comfortable with this? I see a thumbs up in my
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yes.
Danny, Dennis, I can't, I'm sure I can see you back here. Okay, council members, you've been advised by the task force. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Council members, other things you want to put on the table? Nice catch, by the way, whoever caught that. Thank you, Lori, sorry.
So I had a small one in section 14, and I just want to make sure that the version that everybody's working with. Oops,
To be a assessor?
yes, it says the. Where is it? It says the city council shall contract with, comma, as needed, comma, a city assessor. Well, I don't know why it needs to say as needed, because the fact of the matter is that there has to be a city assessor, period. It's not an as needed or elected type thing. It's mandatory, and even in non-reappraisal years, there's ongoing work that the city assessor or listers have to do because of continuous updates to the grand list due to real estate transactions, due to properties being subdivided, due to properties being improved, and so on. So I would just take out the two words as needed, because that implies that there could be periods of time where you don't need one, and that's in fact not the case.
Council members, do you have an opinion about this? Task force members, do you have an opinion about this?
I think we took that out of the proposed chart, word for word, I think. I don't have it in front of me.
I see you just. Danny?
Yeah.
She might be gonna say what I was gonna say.
It's okay, go ahead.
concerned that if we contracted a city assessor for years, where we didn't need the assessment, that we would just have them on the payroll as they were needed, and we weren't sure if it was like a full-time annual position, and that's why that language was included. But I don't think that there was any reason outside of that, that language was included. It was just because we weren't really sure the extent of the work that they did.
That's a very helpful explanation. Thank you. Ann, go ahead. I see you, Jennifer, just a minute.
I think a comment was made, it might have been by me, that there are times when you're going to have a whirlwind assessment of the entire real estate in the city, and you hire somebody else to do that kind of work. I forget who the name was last time. Vision. We hired Vision last time, and they assessed every property. And so you might have a normal everyday assessor, but you might also be hiring somebody else to do the big jobs.
Thank you, Ann. Jennifer? Oh, Jennifer, I think you're muted. Jennifer Hopkins.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Two things. One is, city assessor, should not that be total caps? And because it is a position, you're going to be in contract with the city assessor? I don't know. And the other one is the very last sentence in that section. It says, they shall assist if needed to establish the grand list, but later on you indicate that they must present grand list to the council.
Well, in the if needed in that sentence is a good point too, because the fact of the matter is that if you don't have listers, the city assessor has to do that annually. It's not an if needed situation, it's a must situation. And the city assessor is distinct from hiring an independent appraisal firm to do a general reappraisal. The city has that inherent authority anyway under state law whenever the general reappraisal takes place. So I think the as needed and if needed, those four words simply need to be deleted.
Dave, Rue, do you have an opinion about this? It's okay if you don't.
I'm willing to go along with council's recommendation.
Okay. So, John, I think we've heard the argument for why it might want to be kept. If you feel like you'd like to make a motion here, you're welcome to.
So this is section, make sure I get my section number right here.
16.
14.
New section 14.
Yep.
I move that the two words "as needed" be deleted from the first line of the new language, and the words "if needed" be deleted from the next to last line of the new language.
I second.
Are you also moving the change in the, can we just assume that we're going to make changes to capitalization as appropriate as we go along here? Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
Sure.
Is that okay, Council?
Let's see.
Task force members, is that okay with you? All right. So we're not going to worry about just, creating the right capitalization here necessarily.
Yeah.
So the motion is, as I understand it, that the first sentence shall read, the city council shall contract with a city assessor, etc. And then the last sentence of the paragraph shall read, they shall assist to establish the grand list, etc. Everybody understand the motion? Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I would just like to, I didn't notice this before, but what if the city at some point wanted to appoint a city assessor? Should it be appoint or contract with as well? Because you may not want to contract with them, you may want to have one full-time on staff as an employee, and that would just give you that added flexibility of either way, using an outside person or actually having one employee.
Thank you, Travis. Dave Rue, do you have an opinion about this? Does it matter?
I think that's that's not a bad idea, that's a good change.
Yeah, and I'll amend my motion to
The
say
law
that.
does allow the city to appoint, a specific assessor
Right.
for a full-time clerk.
Or contract.
So I'm hearing John say that he's amending his motion, and I'll check with you in a moment, Carter, make sure that's okay. To say, the first sentence would read, "The city council shall appoint or contract with a city assessor," etc. And the last line would be the same as we just mentioned, "They shall assist to establish the grand list."
And actually, that point makes good sense, because in the past, the city's done it both ways. Since they switched to an assessor system, we've had both appointed and employed as employees,
Okay,
assessors.
thank you, Travis. Carter, are you okay with that change?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think the appoint actually aligns with what we're doing currently.
Correct.
We hired somebody, so and we are in charge of hiring, so therefore, yeah, that.
Okay, so the maker of the motion and the second of the motion have both concurred. So, council members, you have the motion in front of you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The motion carries. Thank you. And Travis, thanks for your
Got it.
Next item.
I made all my notes on the wrong copy.
That's what Charlie was saying too.
I do too.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just kind of double checking here as I go to make sure that I'm not raising something that's been fixed. I'd just like to have David speak to new section 17 and specifically what impact that has on 24 VSA section 1061 relating to procedures for sale of property, just so that everybody understands what's changing.
So, John, can you just speak to that briefly so that people in the room who aren't as familiar with this document as you and the task force members are, understanding what the question is?
Okay, well, that's a provision of state law that essentially says that if a real estate sale is proposed, the city would post advance notice and publish advance notice in all of the places where it normally posts, newspaper and other places, of the asset to be sold, the specific price and terms, and it creates a procedure where if people object to the sale, they can petition to force a public vote on the question.
Okay.
And it's a provision that's often very useful in terms of dealing with small parcels that the city may accumulate over the years, for instance, from road relocations where you have slivers of land and you want to convey them to a neighbor. It's very, very helpful in clearing title problems with leased land. Probably the only person in this room other than me that knows what that is David, but it's a giant, archaic 18th century pain in the rear that has to be cleared up periodically in real estate transactions. And if the council loses the ability to use 1061 for that, it would be a shame to have people lose a house sale until the next city annual meeting because they had to go through a town vote to determine whether the lease land could be released, as an example.
That's very helpful.
John, I think the law has changed on that, actually. My understanding was about 4 years ago, there was a keep it or lose it deadline for clean lands. And if select boards voted to retain, they had to vote to actually retain lease lands, or else they have all, they've lost their interest in those lands.
So you can clear that point up for us. Which way did it go in Newport?
Well, Newport never voted to retain its lease lands.
Good.
That doesn't mean that a scrupulous real estate attorney for a commercial transaction worth millions of dollars isn't going to jump up and down and try and make this an issue. However, my understanding is that unless a municipality has voted to retain their lead interest, they have gone the way of the dodo bird at this point. And Newport never voted to retain its interest. I did, in discussing this very provision, I raised this issue with the task force. And I do want to explain that this provision will fundamentally change the way the city sells property. In that previously you could use this public notice process, and if people had objected to the terms of the sale, the amount, or even just the fact of the sale, they could submit a petition and put the sale to a public vote. Here we are saying that any sale of city real estate needs to have voter approval unless it's related to easements or rights of way for highways and utilities, which is an exception that I advocated for because the water sewer department, stormwater, and electric system can't function without the ability to freely convey or give up easements for the system. The other sections in here are also similarly restrictive on the city's ability to convey property. I don't have concerns so much about subsection C. I do sort of feel like D is a power that should be exclusively reserved to the city council, but the task force feels strongly that these provisions need to be in there, and it is not my job to insert my will over that of councilors or voters.
Yeah. But the other thing I was thinking of are circumstances where the city ends up owning little unusable pieces of land because of whether it's road relocations or tax sales where the city bids in a piece of nearly worthless property and then later has an opportunity to dispose of it by selling it to an adjoining owner for a nominal amount just to clear the books. You know, it seems overly burdensome to me to say that those situations all have to be held up until a town meeting, because obviously nobody's going to pay for a special election to deal with a $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000 transaction. You may recall that 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, you and I were involved in one of those transactions.
Yep. Was it Sloan Avenue maybe? Something like that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it just seems to be placing an obstacle.
One option is to put a dollar limit in subsection A and say, except if the conveyance is for less than $10,000 or directly related to easements for highways, water, sewer, electric system.
I personally can live with that better than I can live with. I really feel strongly that if the city is going to sell a piece of property, and I'm thinking, and I wasn't thinking the little pieces like you're mentioning, John, but like Crowdy Beach, the Gateway, any of our assets. And again, I don't think it's this current administration that would do anything like this, but you don't know what you don't know. And I just strongly felt it should go to the voters. And I use the campground all the time as an example because so many of the campgrounds across this country that I've been to, the next time around, they've been bought up by corporate America and it totally changes. And it's only a matter of time before some of these corporate campgrounds are going to see the gem and that beauty of Crowdy Beach and they're going to want it. I'm currently in a KOA that was a privately owned campground at one time, and then they all get bought up. And again, we don't know what we don't know, but those kind of assets, I feel it should be the voters. It's their city. It's our city. It's not just left to a council of 5 people.
Sharon, I think I hear you saying that you would find it acceptable to add the language that David just proposed of a $10,000 limit. Is that correct?
I can live with that, I can live with that probably.
Let me just ask council members and then we'll ask the task force. Do you all have any opinion about this?
Is that a reasonable bar to set?
It would
like
certainly
that?
solve the problem of dealing with the little nuisance pieces, which is what I was thinking of, because anything substantial, rather than the 1061 process, would probably automatically go to the voters anyway, just as a matter of political.
Task force members?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
So I'm in agreement with Sharon. When we discussed it, we were talking about Prouty Beach, the school, big assets that shouldn't be sold off, not easements yeah. The question I have is there any language, David, that could be placed in there that made sure that, just to throw out a situation, corporation comes in, says, we want to buy Prouty Beach. We have an unscrupulous council, and they say, well, our hands are tied because it's worth so much. Well, we'll give you a grant for X amount and on the back end, but sell it to us for $9,900, and something happens. Is there something to mention, fair market value, something to ensure that there's not something like that that takes place to sell a large asset under the mark?
Thank you, Travis. David?
We certainly could use a fair market value instead of a purchase price. Gets a little iffy, I think, if you're getting close to $10,000, but, for big, I understand what,
Travis.
your point. I understand Travis's point.
Joe, you have a comment?
I have a question. If, let's say, to Travis's point, there is a lot that's sold for under that $10,000, is 1061 still applicable? Can the voters still petition to stop the sale using state law?
My understanding with this provision is that 1061, well, let me say, if the conveyance is less than $10,000, then yes, 1061 would still be applicable. In this situation, I would want to notice as the city's lawyer that sale even as an exception to this voter approval requirement. And if I were John representing the buyer, I'd probably want that noticed as well to ensure that it's on the up and up and that there's somebody's not going to come in 3 months after closing and say, no, you can't, you don't have a right to that property because the city didn't notice it and they didn't have a say.
Yeah, so the exceptions, just thinking about how you'd reword A to cover both of those points, it would be except if, and then subcategory 1, the conveyance is directly related to the easements or rights as worded now, or 2, the sale price of the property is less than $10,000 and the provisions of
Or maybe the estimated fair market value of the property is less than $10,000.
and the provisions of 24 VSA section 1061 are followed.
Yeah, but
Shall apply.
I can already hear what the task force members are going to say about that.
Yeah, no on that last.
Because they don't want
No.
references to specific state statutes in the charter.
And it's not just us. When Mike went back to his colleagues, they said, don't reference it.
What I can say is the city will post a notice of sale of municipal real estate prior to the conveyance.
Does that work for you, John? Okay.
Notice is published.
So, David Rue, are you capable of framing an invitation to make a motion for us that, with language that we just discussed?
Yeah, give me 1 second to write down what we're gonna do, and then I'll.
While you're doing that, let me just check and make sure folks in the
And I can
community.
post it in the chat too. So
Yeah, can you,
give me a minute to write it, and
So-
I'll get there.
Task force members first. Any concerns about the direction we're headed here?
Of having him suggest the language.
That this language that we've been discussing?
Yeah.
All right. Folks in the community, are there any concerns that you have about what's being proposed for consideration here? Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that posting a warning in the paper is going to get enough of the citizens involved or informed. It's really hard to find don't look consistently. And that's sort of like blaming the victim then. So
Thank you.
just be careful.
Yep.
Yeah, while he's drafting.
Go ahead,
can I
wax
just-
eloquent, Charlie.
Can I just speak to this whole section?
Yep.
Somewhat, and why we
Sure.
framed it that way? So state law pretty much says, what you would refer to as statute, gives the city council, in most cases, the right to sell any piece of property, period. There's no restrictions on it. And we did a lot of research. We can be more strict than state law, as long as it's legal to be more strict. And we all wanted to be more strict. We've had a lot of mistrust from a lot of things, and probably part of why the original proposal went down is because it wasn't real specific. A lot of things were vague. People could go up and look at that when you made comment to a Vermont statute and you read it. I know it happened to me. There's like 9 places in there where you can spend money without voter approval. We wanted to restrict that 9 down to a lot less than that.
Thank you.
And so that's kind of why we're here.
Joseph, you asking a question? Just come to the mic, please.
Okay, I'm asking a question. Let me think of how to phrase this. Is there a reason that you decided on a monetary value, which, as we know, can change in time, rather than, for example, a limit on acreage to be sold?
That's a good question.
Well, the tricky part about acreage is that you can have an acre that's literally worth 0, or you can have an acre that's worth $1.5 million.
Or you could have Pomerleau Park.
Can't sell Pamela Park.
I'm just saying.
I'm okay with a less than $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is,
50 years from now, it's gonna be a quarter.
this charter has a provision that it needs to be reviewed at least every 10 years.
It's true.
So if it becomes outdated, it's somebody else's problem 10 years from now.
So, no,
Just why we put that in.
so the dollar
saying.
amounts can be readily adjusted if there's a
Yeah.
regular review process
Yeah.
to keep up with inflation.
Yeah. And
As long as we seem to be talking about 17 generally, there was a phrase added to section D. I think the task force originally said the city may not purchase any real estate with a purchase value over $100,000 without voter approval. And then this extra phrase got added, I believe, by the lawyer, which includes approval of the annual budget. And I just don't know what that means.
what it means, I'll speak to that because I was in that conversation. What it means is that if the voters are presented with a budget that includes a purchase and it exceeds the $100,000, they have made a decision when they vote on the budget.
Okay, I don't know that, I got it, and I think that's one interpretation, but I just don't know that that clearly reflects that concept that you just said.
Fair enough. So here's what I'd like to do. I think you're right. I think it's a little foggy. So what I would recommend is that we work with David first on the section A, and then let's take that section D up in a moment, okay? David, can you read this for us now?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat there.
We can see it, but a lot of people are far away.
Yeah, so it's, the city council shall not authorize the sale of city-owned real property without voter approval, except if the conveyance, 1, is directly related to easements or rights for highways or the public water, sewer, or electrical system, or 2, has an estimated fair market value of less than $10,000, provided the city has posted and published a notice of sale of municipal real estate at least 30 days prior to the conveyance.
And then B, there's no change. It just goes on.
Correct.
The B and C, D, I have not changed at all.
Okay. So I would invite a motion with, to accept that language that's been proposed?
I'll make the
Should
motion.
we wait on that until we reword part D?
I don't think so. I think these are two separate conversations, Sharon. I think we clean this one up and then go on. John, I have a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and Carter has seconded. Is there any further conversation about this particular item? Task force members, you okay? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, Ann's point is well taken, and I thought it as well when I read it. It just seems to me that we could state this more clearly, David Rue, the point that we're trying to make here, so there's no room for misinterpretation or different interpretation later on. Anybody have a suggestion about how to do this?
Capital budget? Do you have such thing?
No, not as a separate item. Capital expenditures would be part of a general fund budget that would be approved by the voters, I think. Right, John?
But maybe it's without
Capital fund.
being included in a voter-approved budget or being separately approved by the voters, maybe something like that.
Let me try this. The city may not purchase any real estate with a purchase value over $100,000 without voter approval, which includes, period. Approval of an item included in the annual budget. How do I finish that sentence? Is
The approval of a purchase included in the annual budget,
Would be exempt.
is, well, is it acceptable, is it?
is it
Excluding any,
Is voter approval of the beginning part of your sentence,
go to the mic, please, if you have any suggestion.
remember the beginning part of your sentence.
The city may not purchase any real estate with a purchase value over $100,000 without voter approval.
Next sentence.
Period. The approval may be part of the annual, may be.
As such approval may be included in the annual budget.
Right,
I like
such approval may be included as a line item in the approval of the annual budget.
Such approval.
Shouldn't it say unless?
No, such approval, it's just saying this is included.
Okay.
Approving a budget is the same thing as
Just purchase.
asking for purchase, asking specifically for the right to purchase.
Well,
But does that sentence say that? That we just
can you say that
I'm
sentence
just gonna
once
type
more?
it up. David, will you put it in the chat again? I'm just assuming that you're gonna do that.
Yes, I will, I'm still working on drafting.
Yes,
So-
understood.
Items
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So in your budget, you don't have purchase of a grader for,
on real estate
$180,000.
specifically.
See,
Did you have a line item in the budget?
That would say
How
purchase
about
of
if
a
it was
Grader,
something like,
$180,000? It can't be from the budget, because it's not. you don't
such
have that.
approval may also be included on real estate specifically listed in
It's
an
not-
annual budget.
But it's not just real estate, and Charlie's not wrong.
It is.
No, this is all about real estate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The
that's
city may
right.
not purchase any real estate.
Yeah, that's right, I'm sorry.
yeah. It's just real estate. Yeah, this is not
That's
correct. We deal with that.
That's right, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
so I added some language in the chat that may do it.
Such approval shall include voter approval of the purchase as part of the city's annual budget.
The purchase of real estate.
I still don't know what that means. I think you just go back to period and remove that last.
Which includes approval.
Yeah.
Why don't you just stop at voter approval
Yeah.
and delete the last?
Which is what we had originally. This last, which includes approval of the annual budget, was added. Task force has had a period after approval.
Correct. I advise that we need to clarify whether voter approval includes voter approval of a budget with such an item in it or not.
Can I speak to that?
Because
frankly need to be separately voted on. I mean, you wanna buy a piece of land for a fire station, like, you put it in your budget.
You do put that in you put real estate in an annual budget?
Some do, yes.
Okay, Charlie,
What about purchase of a grader?
That's not.
we're not
No,
talking,
that's not-
this
that's
is
not
only real estate.
This is just, yeah, okay, that's right. No, I.
No, I'm gonna, hold on, because I want folks from the community to speak first. Go ahead, Lori.
Yeah,
I'll just say, the only point that Dave Rue is trying to make here is that he was trying to make sure that there would not be some point in the future where we argue over whether or not having approved an item as a part of a budget was an appropriate approval for the real estate transaction. And I think his point is well taken. I can easily imagine a situation in which we approve a budget that says real estate purchase of, adjacent property to Prouty Beach, $180,000, and then someone says that was not specifically warned as its own item, and therefore we have a problem.
Why couldn't we put then, which includes any real estate any real estate approval that is documented in the annual budget?
What if we just said, which includes approval through the annual budget, instead of, which I think then actually clarifies it.
Well, I like what Dave's got in chat.
Jennifer put it in chat, and I'll give Jennifer credit, because that's a good way to do it.
Okay, Lori, I'm gonna hold on for a minute, let's just see what you got here. The city may not purchase any real estate with a purchase value over $100,000 without voter approval unless previously approved in any annual budget.
Yeah, that's good.
That works for me.
Yeah, and my only word was gonna be almost the same, it was gonna be.
Then let's let it go, let's not muddy the waters, okay?
Yeah, Jennifer's actually covers it.
Okay, I hear general agreement, council members. Anybody want to add anything or comment on that? Task force, I'm sorry, John, I didn't mean to rush you.
No, I was
Well-
going to make a motion when people were ready.
Okay, hold on, I'm not quite ready. Joe, I see your hand. Task force members, do you have a point?
I'm good.
I do.
I'm good with that.
Sharon? I see you, Joe.
Well, Ann brought that up, that it seemed muddy. Does that seem more clear to you now, Ann?
Yes, it does. I'm a little concerned with any budget. So does that mean that if we approve to buy a property 10 years ago, that it still carries through, that we could buy
So
it
how
out of
about
this
current?
budget? I don't like the
How
any.
about, how about current?
I'm sorry.
Being government slow, I like the any, because
Well,
stuff takes a minute.
The advantage of any over current is that if you have a transaction that's in your March 2026 budget, for example, and it's not scheduled to have close until August, which is the next fiscal year, if you say current, then by definition, it can't work.
And I'll just point out that we just spent a lot of time trying to clean up votes that were taken in 2022 and 2023, where the voters approved a fire truck and a east side water tower, and then we had to work it out 3-4 years later. So, Joseph, I know you've been trying to...
Maybe we have the word city before annual budget, and that resolves the question of which budget is it.
In any city annual budget, is that what you're saying, David?
Yes.
Okay, noted. Joseph, you want to come to the mic, please?
Sure. I'm just a little unclear as to whether this means that property can only be purchased at the time the annual budget is passed, which is to say the annual meeting.
No, it can be no, I don't
Unless.
I don't read that at all. Am I missing something?
You could have a special meeting anytime.
Yeah, and you can, this actually says we could approve this year, and 2 years from now, if the deal finally goes through, we can take action on it.
Well, and that's realistic. If you just look at the time frame it takes to go through a lot of processes in terms of expending grants and actually doing the project.
Right.
They're often multi-year processes.
Danny?
Yeah.
This is just for my own personal edification, because I'm not quite sure I understand the process of multiple year plans for selling real estate, or purchasing real estate. So if something was in the budget like 3 years ago, and we don't actually get around to making that purchase until this year, but the money wasn't in this year's annual budget, and we've already accounted for the money in this year's annual budget, how do we reconcile the budget from 3 years ago when it was approved to the current budget?
That's a good question, because this city has been screwing this up for some time. And the answer is that if the city passes a budget that has a specific item in it, then there is supposed to be a fund or a way of isolating that money that holds over into future years. And part of the trouble the city got into is they were trying to manage through bank accounts and sinking funds. All of that has gone away, and it's all accounted through basically one account now, with funds that are designating that dollar amount. So 3 years from now, if we said we were going to put $120,000 into purchasing something, in theory, that money is still there.
I mean, the accounting is exactly the same process that the feds are using, for instance, for the Gardner Park grant that was received 4 or 5 years ago. We don't actually have the cash yet, but the money's earmarked.
Right.
And it's isolated for that purpose, and at the appropriate time it comes through, even though it comes out of the budget from 4 or 5 years ago. Just as an example.
Thank you, that does make sense. Can you just tell me what provisions are in place outside of the charter, but maybe in ordinance or policy, that ensures that that earmarking will always be honored and always take place?
Yeah, the short answer is the Financial Task Force and the council have spent the last year and a half trying to clean this up and create good practice. And the question of whether or not we need specific policy is probably for another day to match that. But I'm far more confident now than I was 17 months ago that we are actually capable of making good on that commitment. That's going to be a question of oversight from the voters anyway, right? Like, we have a situation in which we effectively, city leadership fell asleep on this one. And what was happening, to be honest and blunt, by my assessment, is that we would get to the end of the year, money was supposed to be set aside for the famous Vector truck. There wasn't enough money left because we had under budgeted substantially in other categories, and we simply didn't fund the sinking fund for the Vector truck. And that went on for numerous categories for numerous years. So the answer is that the council is supposed to be on its game and making sure that when we designate funding in a budget, that's where it's going to get spent.
So, okay, one last question.
Yeah.
And then I'll step down. Is there a way to, or would it make sense to think about including some language then in this subsection that protected, protected the money? So, because I guess my worry is that what I'm hearing is, it's the good faith, but I really do believe in this current iteration of the city council and that you guys are super committed to doing the right thing. But as we know from my short time in the community, there's a history of that not always happening the way it should. And I just worry that if it's not, if you're marking that money and then protecting it isn't in the charter or isn't in an ordinance or isn't in the city policy where it is upheld for future iterations of the council, that this doesn't mean that on its own. The way we have.
I hear your concern, I do, and I understand it because I've just spent a year and a half of my life trying to clean it up. So it's not that I disagree with the point you're making, it's that I think there are other appropriate mechanisms through which the council could and should be holding itself accountable, and that trying to account for everything that the council may not do appropriately through the charter is a fool's errand, because we're not going to catch it all. There's no possible way to do it. So my own answer to that question, and the council can decide to go whatever direction it wants with this, but my own answer to that question is we create a charter that is readable and understandable and has as much guideline as we can, and then we stay on a council to make, and with a good city manager and a council and mayor that are going to be paying attention to this stuff. Charlie, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so I never brought this up in the task force because I've read a lot of other city charters. I spent way lot of other city charters do have a provision in there telling them that if you've got a sinking fund or a greater fund,
Designated funds.
designated fund, that you cannot take money out of it for any reason. It's pretty strict. I didn't bring it up because I thought, although we do want to tie your hands, we don't want to tie them completely, and sometimes that's just not reasonable. Because you can take money out of a fund in December knowing full well you're going to put it back in July. And we gotta, you know, and if you did that, you wouldn't be able to do it. So I never brought it. But there are charters that do have that if you want it in your charter.
So,
So,
let's just be clear, everybody.
yeah.
When we have a bank account that has a balance in it, it is absolutely possible that we will spend in order to make particular decisions, as long as we know anticipated revenues will be met by the end of the year, and all of the designated funds will be protected when we get to the end of the year. I've worked in a lot of nonprofit organizations, never in a city before, but in a lot of nonprofit organizations that bump into exactly this question, right? And as a matter of cash flow, in fact, this is what we just made a decision about regarding the Vector truck 3 months ago, right? We said this is too good an opportunity to pass up. Even though the Vector truck this is more money than we intended to spend on a Vector truck this year, we can take other funds that we designated for capital expenditures and take advantage of this opportunity, as long as we are replacing those capital funds as we go along. So, you know, at some point, we're going to have to trust that we are electing good people, in my judgment, and appointing good people. And I know that's a hard order, because we've got a bad history for some recent memory.
Like 22 years ago.
Well, whatever. Try not to get too specific.
Can we get back to this piece of section B?
Yeah, Jennifer also has her hand up.
Okay, thank you, I missed that. Jennifer, go ahead.
And you're muted.
I knew where my unmute button was, it'd be fine. After you do this, before you hold the vote, I've got something back on section A1, okay? I
Killing me,
didn't realize
Jennifer.
this was going to extend as far as it did, so
Me neither.
I'll be quiet till then.
All right, thank you. Joe, I can see your hand down there.
This is for the lawyer, Dave. As I read this, as I read the changed language, this reads, if I was to read this without having lawyer interpretation, I would read this as saying that the city council is not allowed to purchase land unless this goes to a vote at the annual budget. My understanding
That's
is
what
there,
Joe says.
I understand the annual budget is typically annually, so the vote is held annually. So let's say April 1st, the city council wants to buy a piece of land, do they have to wait till next March to purchase?
Or, how about the word or?
Dave Rue, do you have an opinion about this?
I like the Sharon's proposal to use or. I think that clears up the concern that Joe's identifying.
Okay, so can you read the proposal then, Dave Rue, for us?
Yeah,
Inviting a motion.
D would read, the city may not purchase any real estate with a purchase value over $100,000 without voter approval or unless previously approved in any city annual budget.
Okay. Carter likes it. Andrew? John? Task force members?
I'm good.
Dennis, you asleep back there? Or are you doing okay? You look like you were passed out. and no one would blame you. All right. Joe, I just want to make sure you feel like that resolves it.
I think that's perfect.
Great, thank you.
I'll make that a motion then.
We have a motion. Do I have a
I'll
second?
second.
Andrew gets the second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Sharon. Opposed, nay? Motion carries. Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay, back in, same section, in A1, it's just a technicality, but you hadn't voted on it yet, and there is a change or have you. The very end, shouldn't it be systems, public water, sewer, or electric systems?
Says system.
That's the land
Oh,
assessment.
S.
Yeah.
S.
Okay, I don't think we need a motion on that. Is there general consent that we can add an S? Dave, could you add that S for us, please? Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we're on to our next thing, whatever it may be. This is quite an adventure. Council members, do you have other things? And then we will come to you, task force members, for anything the council hasn't lifted up that you want to.
John, do we want to talk about 20D3? Sorry, 20, it's 20 sub 3.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just explain it, and I was fine with your explanation.
Well, in looking at it,
Can we, for those who can't see it, Dave, hold on, please. For those who can't see it, I need either John or Dave to actually spell out what it is we're talking about.
okay, what is reading, what I'm concerned of, what the section that is as written says, the total indebtedness of the city shall not exceed 10% of the grand list. There are two concerns about this. One is general law allows the total indebtedness of the city to go up to 10 times the amount of the grand list. So saying 10% of the grand list is incredibly small and not advisable from my perspective.
So yes.
The other issue is whether when you refer to the grand list, you mean the total dollar amount or the 1% of the grand list upon which the tax rate is set. And so, if I had my druthers, this would read the total indebtedness of the city. It would track the other statute, shall not exceed, it would track the general law and say shall not exceed 10 times the amount of the city's grand list, or I will pull up that provision, but that's what I wanted to say, and I can put that in the chat.
Hold on for that, please. John, do you have a comment about this?
Well, and just to clarify, that's based on the premise that the term grand list in the statute means the 1% figure that's used to calculate the tax rate, not the actual total aggregate value of the property.
So can I just ask a question? Isn't the problem solved by simply adding the total indebtedness of the city shall not exceed 10% of the full value of the grand list?
Which is what? Anybody have an idea?
Right now, the grand list is at 320 million, roughly.
Right, except
So-
that for some purposes, the definition of the grand list is 1% of that 320 million.
That's our problem, right? That's what we're
That's what
struggling with.
confused us, we were confused
Yeah,
for
so-
hours.
And we went over and over and we had always calculated, and we wanted to make it much clearer because this is a problem that's caused confusion, not just in our city, but in cities across the world.
Everywhere.
And so we just thought we have the ability to make this easier to understand in our charter for voters. Why wouldn't we take that opportunity?
So are you saying that this language does that, or you're saying that you have other?
I think we're closer, but I do think we need to make it clear it's of that. I think your language is a lot closer to it.
Yeah, we need a definition of what the grand list.
Our target, our
Microphone.
consensus was about $36 million.
Yeah.
That's what we were shooting for.
Which,
Yeah, except that based on the way the general law reads, if you do the math, it comes out to $360,000 is the cap on the city's total indebtedness.
which I blew through a long time
And
ago.
obviously, the city's current indebtedness significantly exceeds that figure.
So we just have to define what grand list we're talking about.
Yes, David Rue, does that make sense to you? Should we add a one-sentence description of what grand list means?
I'm trying to figure out if there is a definition that I can easily refer to, and
I didn't realize there were two.
And
grand
yeah,
lists.
there's not one in chapter 53.
Yeah, that's the problem. I couldn't find a good definition that was consistent in the Title 32.
Exactly.
And
So maybe we say 10% of the total value of the grand list?
Right, that's what I,
Of the total assessed value.
Total assessed value, yeah.
If we say assessed value, then it's referring to the
not the value minus.
real numbers, not the 1% figure.
Total assessed value.
All right, hold on.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding in the room here, Dave.
Okay, good.
Well, I think that's what we meant.
I think so too.
10%
Yeah.
It is, so
assessed
we're okay.
value of the city's grand list.
10% of the total assessed value. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll get your comment.
I'll
I have a
second.
motion, and I have a second. Carter, go ahead.
I was just wondering, one more time, so it's the total indebtedness of the city shall not exceed 10% of.
The total assessed value of the grand list.
And currently that's 300
20 million or so.
16 million
I had
something.
already done the 10%, so I was doing the 10% of the 10%.
Exactly.
I was starting to get a little.
You and everybody. That's
But,
exactly right.
okay, all right, thank you all for your patience.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? Task force members, you're okay?
that was our intention.
No, that's what I thought.
So,
All right.
you know.
Council members, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, oh, Sharon?
You're muted. Yeah.
Opposed, nay? Motion carries. Thank you. I think
Thank you, everybody.
that's clarifying.
Yeah.
That's my list.
All right. Other items, Andrew, Carter, or Sharon, that you'd like to bring up before we turn it over to the task force members? Okay, I'm not hearing any task force members. I think there's one, Charlie, that you were going back and forth on today with the attorney. Do you want to try and figure that out now?
Yeah,
Take your time.
I just gotta get.
Yeah, take your time.
So there was some confusion, because when I was first looking at it, I was looking at the wrong,
Version.
version. So I had about 20 of, so I put all those in the recycling bin. So I only have one now to deal with. But it still is a problem. That was section, what was that, 15, Dave? Right?
C.
15.
And 29, it affected two.
29 and 4.
Okay, so let's start with
Make sure
15.
they're consistent.
Yeah.
This is the city council powers.
So in
Okay, so-
general, the original draft said that the city manager could not fire a department head, terminate a department head without the approval of city council. From a legal perspective, that creates a problem if the termination is appealed, because you have the appeal going to the city council, which previously voted on the merits of the termination. So there's an allegation for any terminated department head that the council is biased, and they already made up their minds, and that the appeal hearing is a farce. So what Charlie, Sharon, Rick, Joe, and I have worked on was setting up a situation where the city manager has to consult with the council before making his or her own decision to terminate the department head. And then, at least in theory, any good city manager is going to do that anyway. But also, that way the council is insulated from making the actual termination decision, and the appeal hearing would be more fair, or would appear at least to be more fair, because the council hasn't actually predetermined the outcome by agreeing with the city manager that the person should be terminated. Hopefully I explained that sufficiently clearly so that everybody understands what the issue is.
So just to be clear, we're talking about the new 15C, is that correct?
Correct, and 29.4.
Let's do them one at a
We
time.
gotta make them consistent, and they're not.
Understood, but let's start with 15C and then make it consistent, okay?
Okay,
So 15C, which if you're trying to follow along is very confusing because it goes on for pages in the new numbering. is on page 18 on the page I'm looking at. Okay? And right now, what's before us is the city council shall consult with the city manager regarding the appointment and termination of city department heads, as well as approve the job description of each position. The department head may appeal the city manager's decision to the city council.
Okay, so if you read that, here was my real problem. And maybe it would have been better to pick the phone up and save us all a lot of time. My real problem is that reads terribly. So it says, so if you look at this, it says city council shall consult with the city manager regarding the appointment and termination of city department heads, as well as approve the job description of each position. And then it says the department head may appeal the city manager's decision. It doesn't say about firing, which is what our intent was. It just says,
Well, it says termination.
but also says appointment. So are they gonna appeal the appointment?
And then you're approving the job
I mean,
description.
it should be, those two things should be separate.
You're approving the job
Yes.
description too, and termination, that's two different.
We got 3 different things going on here.
Yeah,
And the fourth is that the way the provision reads is that all of these subsections probably should start with a verb.
is it what?
Which they should probably start with a verb, because it says, other duties of the city council shall include blank. And so, it's appoint or shall consult, we need to figure out what the proper wording is. So it's, other duties of the city council shall include consulting with the city manager regarding the appointment and termination of city department heads.
So I have a suggested rewrite here.
Okay? Let's hear it.
It was in, not just mine, but I'm gonna read it. So the city council shall, in consultation with the city manager, approve appointments of the city department heads, as well as approve the job description of each position. The city council shall consult with the city manager regarding termination of the department head. The department head may appeal the city manager's decision to terminate the city council. That way it splits, to terminate they appeal the decision to the city council. So it's just splitting them out. So appointment's one thing, termination's something different. And that sentence, when I read it, and I had written it down a lot different than this, so maybe in draft number, 17, I missed that wording had changed a little bit. But I just don't think it reads well.
Do you think we should separate them out too from
I think we
termination
should
and then?
keep appointments and department heads separately, and we should spell it out that the department head may appeal the city manager's decision to the city council should go at the end of that. But we should make sure that's just regarding termination, not appointment, because it just sounds wrong when you read that sentence.
And if we go back to the original point, I think we definitely need to be careful about not tainting the council in terms of its appellate role.
Do you think Charlie's language accomplishes that, John, or are you raising a concern?
I'm not sure.
So, Charlie, I'm going to have you read it. I'm sorry, Sharon, do you want to speak?
Well, just one of the things we were trying to accomplish here was a checks and balance, so that we were having a checks and balance between the city council and the city manager in terms of firing of department heads. So, and I think that when we talked about all this with Joe and Charlie and I the other day, we were accomplishing that by saying that the consultation part of the city manager coming to the city council was done before the actual act of termination was done.
Yes.
That way, then the check comes in when it's appealed, which more likely it will be appealed by anybody. If it was appealed by the employee to the council with their attorney or whatever the case may be, then the council would have the final decision, correct? And so then we have created that checks and balance.
Correct. And it's in
That was our intent. That was what we were talking the most about there.
You're correct, and it's congruent with the way the state would interpret the process as well. That's,
As I understand it.
so I'm going to ask Charlie to read his statement one more time, council members, so we can try and capture it.
So we want this, we want the city manager to be able to suspend. And then at the suspension, he's gonna come to the council at some, I hope, he or she. If they don't, then that's a problem. And say, look, this is what happened. You know, my feeling is,
Whatever.
I wanna fire this guy. Council says, well, you know, we'll leave that decision up to you, whatever that conversation is. He fires, then that brings the department head now has the right to appeal to the city council.
Correct.
And that is what we tried to accomplish.
Yep.
I think this does that.
Okay, so read it to us again.
I don't believe the other one does.
Doesn't matter.
But
Read
it
us.
puts appointment.
What I'm trying to do is get you to put the statement you're suggesting on the table, please.
All right. The city shall, in consultation with the city manager.
The city council.
City council, sorry, I can't even read my own stuff. The city council shall, in consultation with the city manager, approve appointments of the city department heads as well as approve the job description of each position.
Okay, stop there for a second.
Period, yeah.
Of city department heads, as well as, say that again?
As well as approve the job description of each position.
Approve the job description of each position.
Period.
Yep, keep going.
City council shall consult with the city manager regarding termination of a department head. Period.
City council shall consult with the CM, say it again, please.
Regarding termination of a department head.
Termination of a department head, yep, period.
Department head may appeal the city manager's decision to terminate to the city council.
My
Yeah, I
question,
said, I have termination decision, but decision to terminate is fine.
That's
So,
fine.
I just think that reads a whole lot better.
Wouldn't the city manager consult with us before any termination?
I can't hear you.
Yes,
I think you said city council will consult with the city manager prior to, but I think that should be, city manager should consult with us.
I think it's the difference between 15 and 22 or 29 or whatever we're gonna go
Well,
to next.
this is
right?
a city council
Exactly.
duty.
That's why it's focusing on
And
the
then
city
when you
council.
go to the manager, that's what,
So we're
James talked
gonna
about.
make them.
When you go to the
reflect each other.
managers, you flip that,
I'm looking.
so they're consistent.
so my only question is really a David question, and that is, does the requirement for consultation create a problem with tainting the council as an appellate body?
So it creates much less of a problem than the council actually approving the termination with the city manager. We could, another word we could say is the city manager shall inform instead of consult. That might make it a little more, that might insulate the council a little bit more. Because it's not, it doesn't imply that the council has much of a decision in the matter. So instead of consult, but in these situations, regardless, an employee is probably going to raise bias as an issue, no matter what happens. And I think either consult or inform is the proper language to use, and it's going to at least try and insulate council and keep them independent in an appeal situation.
I raised the question only because during my school board days, the school board was a defendant in a case involving pretty much that scenario of an allegation of consultation and bias. And while the school board ended up settling largely because our E&O carrier fired us and non-renewed us.
All right,
Well, can I just speak to that?
please.
I don't like inform as well, because inform moves all the power to the city manager. Because you, consult is just, you're gonna have a discussion.
I understand. I mean, I understand Dave's point too, though.
Or
right?
you
Which
could
is,
use the word discuss, but I don't like the word inform. Because, in other words, the city
I
manager
understand.
is going and telling you what he's gonna do.
Yep.
Without any,
I got you. What about the word discuss? Does that help?
I don't know,
Or-
you guys.
I like in consultation with.
Right,
Okay,
me too. I like it.
council members, you okay with this?
What the one tiny detail, what Dave said about like kind of the grammar flow of this section, is it starts by saying other duties of the city council shall include, so I was just going to say maybe the verbiage that you just presented, solid, maybe chop off the first, the city council, just so it flows, and saying shall in consultation with city manager.
I'm just gonna point out that we have the same problem in a bunch of these other points, and I don't know that we wanna try and wordsmith
Okay.
it tonight.
Well, I just
Yeah.
figured since we're
I mean-
redoing this one, that
Yeah.
we would consider it, but if you
And
don't
that's
want to.
okay, because it is a city
That's fine.
council duty, so you don't really need the city council.
We can do
shall-
each one of these too, if that's, John, if
My,
that's your will.
no, my suggestion was that we just make the change for grammatical consistency. I don't think we need to rehash all of them.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I've been down this road before, where we make a suggestion on an idea that we want to change, and then that's not acceptable later on. So if we're gonna make changes tonight, I want a motion that's been approved with full discussion about each of the changes, so that I don't have to deal 2 weeks from now with somebody telling me that we didn't approve the final version. So here's what I would recommend. Let's fix it with Carter's amendment, Carter's suggestion for this one, vote on it, and then I think we can do it fairly quickly
Yes.
to do consistency on each of the other points and make a motion and pass them appropriately. Okay? So, can somebody, please, for the love of God, Dave, Carter, somebody, read this full statement back to me as we want the council to take action on it?
Sure, it's in the chat. It says, in consultation with the city manager, approve the appointments of city department heads and the job description of each position. The city council shall consult with the city manager regarding termination of a department head. The department head may appeal the city manager's termination decision to the city council.
I'll make the motion.
I got a motion and a second. Andrew beat Carter. Task force members, do you have any advice to us before we vote?
I will just say, I'm not gonna be obstructionist, but I do think that John and David have a point. It does sound like you've already decided to fire me, and now I have to appeal to you. I do like inform better, but I'm not gonna stand in the way of progress.
And I don't.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Carter, you want to say anything
No,
further?
I was just ready to say aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye.
I think I saw an aye if I didn't hear it, Sharon, so
Aye.
there we go, thank you. The motion carries, thank you. So now let's,
Now go to 29.
wait, okay, let's do that
Yeah,
first, and then we'll come back, okay? So 29. Everybody?
that's the city manager, under city manager.
Okay,
It's actually 28.
That is 4,
8.
28.
8.
28.
No.
20,
Oh, yeah, okay.
There it is, way down on the bottom, page 27.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
28.
All right, and which one are we dealing with here?
different people have different pagination. One was printed.
Yes, correct.
It's a portion of number 4, right, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Dave Rue to take a moment and wordsmith this to make it match what we just said, and then read us something. Because that's what we're paying him the big money for.
It's only, if you look at that, it's only the last
It's only the last sentence.
sentence.
Yeah. This is,
I'm not sure it needs to be changed.
No, I think it doesn't, based on what we just said.
I would change dismissal to termination.
So it would read, prior to the termination of any department head, the city manager shall consult with the city council.
Correct.
Council members, how do you feel about that? Task force members?
I'm good.
Okay.
City
John
manager,
has
not.
something.
I was just going to say, I'll make that a motion.
Oh, hold on just a second, I want to hear Joe's comment first. Go ahead, Joe.
I'm curious about the or, to suspend or terminate, should it be an and?
Where is that?
Number 4, halfway down.
Oh, the city manager is empowered to suspend, or it's the second sentence, or terminate.
And or terminate? I feel like maybe I'm overthinking this. I feel like it gives me the opportunity to suspend an employee, but then not terminate them later when they do continue to do a bad job.
I think its intention, correct me if I'm wrong, Gil, is that the city manager does have the power to suspend and terminate any employee below the department head level. Is that the intention?
Yeah, but the reason, I think the reason, it says or, and you're questioning that.
Yeah, or is the question.
So, depends on the gravity of the violation was what we were thinking, I believe. So if the person is just not doing their job, and whatever the reason is you're terminating them, that's fine. But if the reason is because they committed a felony or something really egregious, you should be able to skip the suspension and terminate. And I think that's why it was suspend or. But I don't know if that's a play on words or not, but, so.
Thank you. Danny? Thanks.
We did actually discuss this as an and/or situation, and Mike, I believe you advised that the legislation doesn't allow and/or like that. Like, I know exactly what you're saying, we discussed that as well. But they want us, in that situation, Mike, am I right, that it would be just or, and that would cover an and/or circumstance?
Thank you, Danny, that's very clear. So at the moment, the only proposal that we're considering would be a motion to change the word dismissal to termination in the last sentence of section 4. So John, I'll accept that motion if you want to make it.
I'll make it.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to change the sentence to read, prior to the termination of any department head, the city manager shall consult with the city council. Any further discussion about this? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. I have good news. I have reviewed all 8 items and they match the correct verb language. So we can go back now to section 15 and make them match there.
So, if we start with 15A,
Provide.
fine for me, general oversight. The, under use of the city council shall include, in terms of grammar, it would be appointment, direction, supervision, and removal of the city manager, city clerk, and city treasurer.
Okay, let's do these one at a time. So can I have a motion to change the words appoint, direct, and supervise in B to appointment, direction, supervision, and removal?
So,
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Wait.
Jim, it's all going to be in the document too. So in section B,
No, we're not gonna have motion.
fair enough. In section B, we have a motion to change the words appoint, direct, supervise, and remove to appointment, direction, supervision, and removal.
Can I butt in on this?
Sure.
Isn't appoint a verb?
right, but the tense doesn't match.
I wasn't being asked for the record.
And then A, general is not.
I misspoke when I used the word verb.
Yeah, it's not, it's okay.
Okay, all right.
We just want it to be consistent.
Okay.
So I have a motion, right? And did I have a second?
I think me, yeah.
All right, I have a motion and a second from Carter. Is there any further discussion?
you have a double negative in this. Do you really want that clarity?
Thank you for the question. Appointment, direction, supervision, and removal of the city manager, city clerk, and city treasurer. Where's the double negative?
I was still looking at A, which should be like general oversight and control of city.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
talking
we're
about
gonna
A.
focus on B and then we'll go back to it. Lori, come to the mic, please. I'm famous, by the way, for when I was moderating the Presbyterian Church General Assembly for holding people until 2 a.m. So.
This may be easier. In the city manager section, every single one of those starts with the word to. And I'm just wondering if it's just easier to wordsmith this to.
I don't think so. I think I appreciate the
Okay.
offer.
Okay.
Let's just keep on moving. We've got some momentum here. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Let's go back and just hear Pam's concern. Pam, can you come to the mic, please? This is section A now.
It is currently general oversight and control of city-owned property and affairs not inconsistent. That's
So-
really clumsy.
So you're saying we could just say consistent with this
Yes.
charter?
Because this will confuse people.
Danny, go ahead.
What do you say? Because we'll probably have a dialogue here.
Don't have to allow dialogue.
So, Pam, I think you and I actually went, this is, I think, we're coming back to a discussion you and I had about this in one of our meetings, where this not inconsistent language, I believe it's from the original charter, but also it's used in the state statute in other places outside of charters as a softer, actually, a softer statement than consistent with. The idea being that not inconsistent and consistent are two very slightly different things, and not inconsistent is the softer version of that. That's just some research that I did on how it's used in other places in state statute. And I'm not necessarily saying that one's better than the other. We might want to use firmer language, but I think the original intention of the charter as it was written, that's kind of in keeping with the original spirit of the charter, and that's why that language specifically is included, even though grammatically, I know, trust me, it is a little, it's not the best.
Okay, so we've heard an argument for why we might want to change it and one for why it wasn't recommended by the task force. Council members, do you have an opinion? Do you want to try and address this or move on?
I appreciate that explanation. I'm comfy with the softer version, especially as it was in the previous version, and it's used in that way, but I will defer it to our in-house legal.
John, you okay with this? Not inconsistent?
I'm not a big fan of double negatives, but I'm agnostic on the question.
Okay. Andrew, do you have an opinion? Or
I do not.
okay, I'm going to move us on then.
So
We've done A, B, and C. We are up to D.
I've started marking up, I've been through D through L at this point. In D, changing the word contract at the beginning to contracting. So the other duties of the city council shall include contracting as opposed to include contracting.
Okay,
I'm just fixing the,
can I accept that as a motion?
Yes, me, and then I'll second.
All right, I have a motion to change the word contract in D to contracting. And I have a second from Carter. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go on, John.
and in E, there's a few things. It says review and approve in the first line now, should change it to review and approval. And then in the second line towards the end, it says adopt and approve, adoption and approval would be the changes. And I'll make that as a motion.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got a motion and a second, Carter? So if as I understand it, would read review and approval of the proposed annual city budget, including the water and sewer budgets and all other enterprise and capital reserve funds, and adoption and approval of the annual city tax rate, That's the only, those are the only changes. Jim and Dave, you catch those? You're okay with us?
Yeah, you said reviewing, ING, correct?
No.
I didn't.
It just said review and approval of.
Yeah, shall include review and approval of. and-
All right, I'll take out the ING, but I got it now.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Are there any further comments on this? Task force members? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving along to F.
And then F, just changing it so that it reads, serving as the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners.
Okay, so the change is,
Deleting the words, the city council shall, so that the entire sentence would read, serving as the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners.
is that clear? Correct.
And I second.
I got a second. Task force? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
And then in G, deleting the first four words, the city council shall, and then it would be fixing the time and place. And I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second.
Oh, Andrew beat her to the punch. All right, I got a motion and a second. Task force members, you okay with that one?
So if you want to, so it's going to read,
Fixing.
city shall fixing a
No,
time?
No.
just the words, the city council would be
Oh, we'll get
deleted.
rid of the,
Yeah, because we've.
so you're going to get rid of all Mike shells?
Correct.
All right.
Because up at the top. it
It's
says-
already says shall. I think that's a double positive. There is such a thing.
It's kind of a joke because the shall, shall thing came up 4,000.
I'm sure it did.
Well, we have a master shall up at the top of that one. that
That's very
says,
nice.
duties of the city council shall include.
All right, so I have here a motion that the language shall change to read, G shall read fixing the time and place, etc. And I have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then in H, the same concept, delete the words, the city council shall, and just say fixing a time and place, etc.
And I
Okay.
second that.
Second from Carter. Any concerns?
You just repeated the same one. I think you're on having sole authority.
No, there are two fixings in a row.
Oh,
G
there's
and H.
two fixing.
Gotta stick with us there, Travis.
Yeah.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
And then in I, if we simply delete the words, the city council shall have, so that the first word of that sentence is, phrase is sole, and that would be consistent. So I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Everybody okay on the task force? Council members, you okay? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving on to J.
J,
Abstaining.
I rephrase to read retaining a city attorney and retaining additional legal counsel as needed. And the rest of it will stay the same.
So we're taking out the word may in the second retain.
I object.
Because,
No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
You're killing me, Dave.
well, because it already says as needed, so.
Yes.
That implies. only-
So I'm going to read it. The change would be to have the words retaining a city attorney and retaining additional.
It would read retaining a city attorney and retaining additional legal counsel as needed.
Got it.
But you're not required to retain additional. I think that's why the may.
Well, that's where the as needed comes in, because if
Okay,
you don't
yeah.
do
That's
that.
why I withdrew my objection.
Okay, all right, good.
All right, do I have a second?
I second. I saw a hand from Danny.
I'm coming back to it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not voting yet. I just need a motion and a second. Okay,
I'll second.
got a second from Andrew. Danny, did you have something you wanted to add here?
No, it was just the same thing Charlie brought up, that we just wanted to make sure it was clear that it wasn't required to obtain additional legal counsel.
Okay. All right, any other comments from task force members? Dennis? Just proving that you're awake back there, right, Dennis?
On the second sentence, where it begins, the city council shall approve, you want to take the city council shall out of that as well, and then just continue that to say, also approving all contracts.
Well, so if we shorten that up, we could say retaining a city attorney, comma, retaining additional legal counsel as needed, and approving all contracts with any attorney, not just the city attorney.
It's not contracts,
That's
it's contacts.
not contracts.
But it shouldn't be.
That was in there so that not every single employee of the city can contact attorney, the city attorney
I was reading
at
it
will.
as a typo in terms of approving contracts.
No.
And just to be clear, I thought we had this in there, but because it's a small community, if John was acting as a city attorney, we didn't want it to sound like it would restrict somebody from talking to him about another matter. So I thought we had stipulated on about city
No, we
affairs,
took-
city business.
We decided not to get that detailed.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to be thick. Can somebody help me understand why the word contacts instead of contracts here?
Because the issue came up that, like, the person mowing the lawn who has a gripe can't contact the lawyer without approval from his supervisor or from the department head. So that not every employee of the city is allowed to contact the attorney who's going to turn on his timer and charge us. That was the conversation.
Yeah, in practice, if I get something that's not from Rick or the city manager, I'm gonna call Rick or the city manager and say, or Jim, and Jim's included in that, he can contact me. But in practice, if I get a random one that I'm not expecting, a department heads can contact me too. But, you know, if it's a random staff person, I'm always gonna go back to my client contact to confirm that I should call that employee back. Or, you know, it's the type of thing where if I get an email from someone random but they CC Rick, I know that Rick is gonna say, yeah, that's fine, you can contact him. If I get it out of the blue, I'm not gonna respond unless I contact Rick or, you know, the city manager.
Is that general practice or is that you?
That's general practice, or it should be in my office, but that said, I'm fine with the way it says here that approving all contacts with any city attorney, and that's okay, it makes sense.
Okay, so we already had a motion on the table, right? So I'm gonna ask for a friendly amendment, John, and then a redo on the second.
So it'll be retaining a city attorney, retaining additional legal counsel as needed, and approval of all contacts with any attorney. I think it should refer to both the city attorney and any additional legal counsel, so taking out the word city.
You wouldn't make the last approving instead of approval to match the top two?
Approving.
Sure.
Retaining and approving.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just one point, should be contact, not contacts grammatically.
Sure.
Yeah, take out that as.
All right, I'm gonna read and then invite a motion. Are you ready? And then we're gonna, may I just have an agreement that we're gonna withdraw the previous attempt at a motion here?
Sure.
And who was our second?
That was me.
Okay with you to withdraw? All right, we're starting over. Y'all ready? So it's gonna read, I'm gonna invite a motion for the language to read, retaining a city attorney, retaining additional legal counsel as needed, and approving all contact with any city attorney. Do I have a motion?
Should we take that last city out? Because additional legal counsel would not be the official city attorney.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Should we
either
say any
say lowercase a or take out city, so.
Okay, I'm gonna read it one more time. Are you ready? I'm inviting a motion to have the language read, retaining a city attorney, retaining additional legal counsel as needed, and approving all contact with any attorney.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion about this?
Just listen to how that reads. before anybody contacts an attorney, you gotta talk to the city council. I understand it's implied, we know that it's about a city business matter, but it doesn't read that way.
You're right. You are absolutely right.
City attorney, should stay here.
Well,
Or just add, any city attorney or legal counsel.
Any
Just
city
add
legal counsel. Joe, you got.
So I wasn't, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Travis.
Travis, understanding Travis's point, the intent was not for, say, the city manager to contact the council before they contact the attorney, or was that the intent?
No, the only intent here is to limit the ability of an employee of the city to reach out representing the city to our legal counsel.
I see your point. The way this reads, it could very well be construed as, well, you didn't ask the council to call a lawyer. Or did you
For yourself.
For,
Right.
well, not for myself, but say it's a labor, not even, a question about VSA, Vermont state law. You could construe this as saying that I didn't ask the council permission to contact the lawyer.
I just think on city business,
I mean, that's
something to
all.
fix that issue.
I mean, you can contact a lawyer, you just can't contact the city attorney. And that's what we put in. You can't tell somebody you can't contact any lawyer. And-
About city business.
Yeah, and if
We're getting tied up here. Mike, have you got a suggestion?
we're looking at costs.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Mike to speak.
I think if we think about this a little bit, when you reorganize every year, the council can determine who would be authorized to contact the city attorney, the mayor, the city manager, the clerk treasurer. You can designate that, and that's a blanket for that year.
That's
So I don't think that, I think we're reading too much into that. It's just making sure that the council is authorizing certain people to contact the city attorney, and making sure that you're not having all four council members contacting the city attorney, running up the bill. I think you want to be able to control that, and you can do that at the beginning of your new year when you reorganize.
That's exactly
so that would be to just go on the checklist as part of the organization dating then, so that it's not overlooked.
Right. And one way to manage that would be to leave the period that we had after as needed and say, the city council shall authorize all contact, all appropriate personnel for contact with the attorneys. Because that's really what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah.
When the city attorneys, right? You want to put city back in there.
Yeah, because I put the comment after as needed, because I was reading it as contracts. and
Exactly.
typos.
So let's try this again. So then we would have retaining a city attorney,
And retaining
retaining additional legal counsel as needed, period. The city council shall authorize appropriate personnel, appropriate representatives to have, what's the word you want there?
The city council shall designate the city officers and employees who are permitted to have contact with the city attorney.
The city council shall approve.
And then if that's voted on, as Mike suggested, every year as part of the organization, then that solves the problem.
Can I try this one more time? Just that second sentence. The city council shall approve, no, I'm sorry, starting again. The city council shall designate appropriate city officers or employees to have contact with the city attorneys. Dave, did you catch that? Shall I read it again?
I'm putting it in the chat right now. The city council shall designate appropriate officers and employees
To have contact with city attorneys.
who may contact.
No, we're designating the ones to have contact.
Or designated the ones who may have
Oh,
contact.
Contact.
Could be stated.
To have contact as needed. Close, sorry.
With city, lowercase attorney.
Sure.
Let's see what that here, let's see what you guys think of that.
I'm gonna read it and then we're gonna, Ann's got a comment. The city council shall designate appropriate officers and employees to have contact as needed with city attorneys.
That's a nice one.
Okay, Ann, go ahead.
I'm not vested in this, but I can see the dollar signs going. You've got employees and officers, and, you know, each one of us, each person can think, wow, this is an issue. Let me call the lawyer and find out. And, you know, the bills keep on coming up. And so it should be issue-oriented too, because I've heard this council say, you know, there are these issues, we're not gonna call a lawyer on these issues. And so that was why I believe that the task force got involved in trying to really limit it so that you'd be issue-oriented. You know, we're not gonna call up every time, you know, we've got a sidewalk problem here or, you know, on some minor issue.
So,
So I think you really wanna think more about restricting the number of people who are gonna make these phone calls and the issues that they can be
well, I'm
made
not,
around.
okay, so let me just say, what we're saying here is the council will authorize appropriate people, will designate appropriate people. And clearly, we're only going to designate people that we feel are responsible and understand the council's interests. So the council, once a year, will have to name those people, just like we do all the other appointments and things that we decide. And in my judgment, if we have a city manager, a clerk treasurer, a mayor, those are the three people who are quite likely to be the ones designated, unless there's an exception. You know, there have been times in the last year and a half where I have said to, I think, well, actually at different moments, I've said, Tom, why don't you reach out directly to Dave Rue about this, or Frank Cheney. But they come to me, or they will go to Joe in the future, and Joe will say, no, it makes sense, this is one where you have that permission. I think that's what we're saying, is there are three people at the moment who get to decide who else can call.
We do it informally now, and what this does is require
It
us
just
to
codifies
formalize
it.
Which
Okay.
is more than we have now.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I'm very cognizant of this issue. That may change, obviously, if there's different city attorneys, but this is something that I've had a lot of experience with and know very well.
The
My
danger.
spidey senses go off if it's an abnormal contact, we put it that way.
Okay, Sharon, you want to speak to this before I try one more time on this one?
No, I like how Dave's worded it.
All right, so now, may I have a motion to rewrite J to read as follows? Retaining a city attorney and retaining additional legal counsel as needed, period. The city council shall designate appropriate officers and employees to have contact as needed with city attorneys.
So moved.
I have a motion
And I'll second.
and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion carries. Moving on to K.
Like,
K would, we delete the first four words, the city council shall, so it read appointment of a collector of delinquent taxes, et cetera. The rest of it will stay the same.
Okay, John, you want to make that in the form of motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to remove the first four words and change the word appoint to appointment in letter K. Are there any questions?
so, appointment of,
Sorry, appointment of, thank you. Do I have any questions, any concerns about that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Then in L, simply deleting the first 4 words takes care of it. So the first word would be authority.
First word would be authority or have?
Authority.
So the first
Because
five.
So it's the first 5 words.
Oh, sorry, I can't
Okay.
count.
May I have a motion to remove the first 5 words in letter L?
So moved.
And I'll second.
And a second. Any further comment, task force members? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
And then M, really should be a separate paragraph, because it doesn't really fit into the concept. Other duties of the city council shall include, it's really a separate paragraph. So I would change N about charter review, call that M, and then simply move M down to the end as a separate paragraph with no letter in front of it, because it's a completely different concept.
Yep.
Okay, so let's do a motion on letter N first. And as I understand it, John, you would be moving that letter N be re-lettered M, as in man.
And then deleting the first 4 words, the city council shall.
Everybody understand that motion?
Second.
Andrew's got a second. Look at you, Carter. All right, I got a motion and a second. Travis?
It should be reviewing or review of, so we just stick the of in there.
Well, yes, that's right, review of.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to use the words review of, correct?
Reviewing.
Is it reviewing?
No, just review.
Just
No,
review.
Just review.
Review,
Review.
review of, yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second that that letter N shall be re-lettered letter M and shall read review of the charter, etc. Or task force members, any concerns about that? Council members? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. And then, John,
As
you would,
far as the M paragraph is concerned, again, just move it down to the end, take the letter away in front of it and treat it as its own paragraph. No word
So then
change.
N would become M.
No,
No.
we wouldn't letter it at all, because it's its own separate paragraph.
it just
Right,
becomes its,
so letter N would now be M.
yes, we already voted on that.
Yeah.
That was part of our last motion.
Okay, I missed that part.
So what had been letter M in the proposal from the task force no longer has a letter, and it is reformatted to be its own paragraph
Yep.
With no other change.
with no other changes. May I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
Y'all okay, task force?
Can we
Pardon?
talk about this paragraph in general? Like, I actually had it circled. And
Go ahead.
I guess I'll just say my feelings, which I think that this is a result of past neglect on our financial, rather tracking, accounting, even you have it. I was just curious about, was this, just about the conversation that y'all had to track this. And because I was looking at what the older version that we were given on Monday, now it's been changed a little bit. So, yeah, I
Well,
think,
there's an error here,
There's a typo.
because it says in excess of 103%, but then when the digits is 102%.
That's not in there.
No, you're not looking at the version. we
Sorry, we
actually-
got rid of that.
That's not in
Was
there.
that wrong, Louis?
yeah.
Yeah, Sharon, we got rid of that, but I will talk to Carter about that. So, Carter, when we were discussing this paragraph among a small portion of the task force, Rick and myself, I thought that this was unnecessarily restrictive and that the council should have a little bit of leeway to spend in excess of anticipated revenues. And we had discussed saying, the city council shall not approve warrants in excess of like 102% of anticipated revenues. But the task force feels strongly that this needs to be a hard limit. And so it was, the 102% was removed, and instead it's just this very strict personally, from a legal perspective, I think the council needs the authority to exceed revenues in emergencies and other times, but that advice was set aside.
Okay.
Do you want to speak to that?
I also, I'm uncomfortable with this paragraph in general, and I would discuss conversations around deleting it. I don't know, but
I'm gonna go to
I see
Joe.
lots, clearly there's a
Yeah,
lot
let's hear
there.
from Joe.
Yeah, that's actually, I circled that too. So I understand where the city's coming from with what's happened in the past, but just speaking with staff today, we were talking about how this sets the city up for failure.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a very, very realistic, real-world example. Let's say we hire, budget set in April, we lose an officer, we bring in a new officer, and now his salary is comparable to the last, but he wants a family insurance plan, which is $20,000 more than maybe what the other person who's left was had. So right now, we're in a budget deficit. We're $20,000 short on what was approved by the voters. If that happens 2 or 3 times, now you're $60,000 short of voters. At that point, the council and the council and manager need to decide what services are we gonna cut to the city? Right? Which, and you know, will probably be recreation. Which recreation services are we gonna cut because we cannot go over that budget? And through nobody's fault of their own, right? It's just we had staff changes and one person required insurance and the other didn't. So just the very basic real world examples will destroy this. It would make it impossible to.
I think it's an excellent example because it actually has happened during my term as mayor.
And that's just one example of what could happen.
I mean, another example would be a massive spike in fuel prices towards the end of the fiscal year.
Right. We had
Tariffs on electricity.
gas all of a sudden went to $10 a gallon. I'm going to ask Danny to speak first. Go ahead, Danny.
This is just to clear something up. I think there's a mistake here about your understanding of how we came to this language. This is part of the current charter. So if you refer to our current charter, section 30, subsection D, this language is verbatim.
Yes.
I guess I just wanted to put that on record because I don't want you to think we've done something to limit.
No,
But
no.
this is actually how you guys are currently supposed to be operating. So I think we need to consider that if we're talking about changing it. I'm not opposed to changing or to discussion about changing it. But let's be very clear that this is the current, like, criteria under which the council is operating. It's not something that we've added.
Understood.
I was just gonna say, your general question was about the conversation around it, and I haven't been able to flip quickly to section 30, but I do believe that if you go to that section, we actually softened the language because it did have language about holding each councilman liable for those expenditures in excess of the budget.
We
And that's how strong it
because,
was. So
like, you know.
that was the
maybe I'm
spirit behind
good
it.
for $1 million.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna add a little context to this. So when Sharon and I met with David, he wanted 10%, 5 or 10%, which we were like, absolutely. So then we mentioned 2%, then we put it in, and then my comment afterwards was, look, we did this as a task force. When this came about, we did not have time to warn a meeting for the task force. We did not have time to discuss it as a task force. And I did not want to be in the position where I was making a decision without consulting the rest of the task force. So I asked them to leave it out and we can discuss it tonight.
Good.
So which is kind of
Where we are right now.
My feelings on it changed a little bit. I think maybe we should give you some leeway. In another section in this charter, I think under the treasurer, it says, so there's a conflict anyways. So I was gonna bring that up, I was just waiting. It says that the treasurer has to tell you if any warrants are gonna exceed line of credit. So I was under the impression that we had a line of credit. Because we should have one. I know Rick said, no, you got rid of it. And I'm like, boy, so if you get in an emergency situation, and you need it, now you have to apply for it, go through all the crap. If you've already got one, pay a couple $100 to sustain it. Then that would be okay. At that point, I mean, there probably should be a dollar amount that you're restricted to, but I personally, I'm not speaking for the task force, because they haven't had a time to look at this, am not, to give you a little bit of wiggle room. And I used an awful lot of times, I am president of the board for the ambulance service, which is about a $7.5 million operation. And occasionally, you know, we run over because it's a guessing game. You're putting the budget out in January for July, not knowing what's going to happen. It could be fuel, it could be a truck breaks down, a major repair comes out. But the initial thing was they said, well, what about an emergency? Well, the emergency is taken care of in another section in here. So if you had a pump that broke and your sewer water system was down, that commission is already given to you in this charter. I don't know which section, but so if it was emergency, not. So we're just talking about a basic overrun for unforeseen circumstances in the budget. And 2%,
About $185,000, right?
well, 2% at the meeting was 400 and something.
It's because we did the math wrong.
Because somebody hit the wrong button on the calculator. And so then I said it's 180,000. So I think we should discuss this, and this may be a little too restrictive.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to ask if there are any other comments from council. Go ahead.
Sorry. So, because I was just thinking, just on Monday, we passed for emergency, and I see that there is a, let me go back a little bit, I guess it's section 20.
Yeah, right.
You know, it does say, notwithstanding subsection 1 of this section, in which case all hazard event or declared state of emergency, the city council may borrow for a period of not more than 5 years. And so we're saying that we did the math wrong, it's showing me 180?
No.
No?
What we're saying is that
No,
in
no.
the meeting where,
No, that's
hold
not
on, Charlie, please. In the meeting that David, Rue, and Charlie, and Sharon, and I, and Joe had on Monday, we were playing with different numbers to understand what a percentage would look like. And we were using the wrong numbers.
Okay.
And it was really skewing
Okay.
how horrified we were.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that the number that we had kind of come to was like 100, saying basically 2%. And 2% of our current $9.3 million budget is roughly, this is,
186.
yeah, 185, 186, $185,000. Which, from my perspective, I'll just state an opinion here, is a totally reasonable amount to try and manage exactly the kinds of things that Joe just gave an example of. Those things do come up. And if we limit this in this way, we are begging for a problem. I will say that we have the problem we are all responding to is that this city consistently, massively under budgeted for its expenses, and then they hid their cost overruns in an ever-growing line of credit, and they did it for years, several years on end. And so the reason we ended up in the problem we did is because we didn't have good financial reporting. No one was coming to us and saying, this is what's going on. And now the reason you now need a $2.8 million line of credit is because you've been under budgeting every year and spending more and more amounts of money. So I'm not saying there hasn't been a problem. Clearly there has been a problem. I'm saying that we are trying to solve it by bludgeoning it to death in a way that will severely hamper the council's ability to, and the city manager's ability to manage the situation.
May I speak to that just one minute?
Sure. And I will get to you. I'm going to let the task force members and council go back and forth.
I've given a fair amount of thought about it, obviously. I mean, we went back and forth on it. And I don't know what figure we come up with, 180. We didn't want to use a dollar figure because a dollar figure 10 years down the road is, who knows, you know. So that just makes you have to go back and change your charter if it's 200. So to use a percentage or a whole lot. But I would also think if you do that, then you need to restrict it to 1 year and say that in the event of this deficit, it must be added to the next year's budget so that you can't drag this thing on over and over and over again. And then if you do it a second time in a row, then maybe you don't allow. I don't know how you do that. But there's got to be some, because I do understand overruns. I mean, it's hard to put a budget and know exactly what you're going to spend. And the way this is worded, if you're $1 over, you got to go to the voters. So I'm flexible.
Danny, you want to speak to this?
I just want to ask a favor, I guess.
Back to you.
Would it be possible, just because I think this is kind of a complicated issue, especially when we start talking about percentages and like what percentage are we actually talking about? Can we maybe just start drafting some rough language about what you guys are envisioning, taking into account what Charlie says, so that we can start? It's getting kind of hard to follow like what your guys' suggestions are versus what Charlie's new opinion is versus what's actually written. So can you maybe throw out just kind of what you're envisioning, some suggested language, so
Sure.
that we can start that discussion?
Sure.
Charlie's last comment about cleaning it up in the following year is actually consistent with what school boards are supposed to do with school budgets. If they run a deficit, it's supposed to be rolled over into the following year and cleaned up as part of that budget. And schools have the same issue. You're budgeting 18, the far end of the budget is 18 months out, and who knows what fuel is going to be. There's a health insurance increase that has to be guessed a year ahead of time and so forth.
Well, and the reason we got in trouble is because we did it year after year after year after year after year after year, and never made up for that deficit from 1 year to the next. Just, I don't know what they did, but there was some pretty funky accounting. Yeah,
Travis?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with one scenario, and I just wanted to clarify that. I have quite a bit of experience running a business that is perpetually underfunded. You know, it takes a lot of fundraising to close the gap every year. But that being said, I'm fully on board with a fuel overrun. But in no disrespect to you, Joe, but I see that a hiring negotiation that would require an extra $20,000 does not seem like the kind of thing that I would want to have an overrun for, because a potential employee wants a better package.
No, actually, can I speak to that? That's misstating Joe's concern.
Okay.
Joe's concern is that we have a personnel policy that offers consistent benefits based on a person's family. And so if we lose an employee who has no family and we're paying a single rate payer, and then we hire somebody who has a full family, the difference in those two costs is it's close to 20 grand.
Okay.
Right?
The way it was phrased, I
No, have I stated that appropriately, Joe?
No, you did a much better job than I did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you also have the added complexity that in some instances there are union contracts that define the parameters of those benefits, to use that example.
I can give you another scenario, we've dealt with it on the ambulance service, where we draft a budget, we don't have our insurance figures yet.
That's right.
Our city insurance figures, not health insurance figures. Sometimes we don't have those either. And so you draft this budget in January and you say, well, let's just put a 3% raise in there because we don't know what we don't know. And you come back and your workers' comp premium has gone up $40,000 because your mod changed. And that happened to us. And now you're $40,000 in the hole before you even start from zero. So there are a lot of those type of scenarios. And I agree that this is just me, but I didn't want to give anything up without the task force.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ann to speak, and I'm hoping that somebody's working on language as Danny requested.
David posted
You put it in the
Take-
chat.
All right, hold on, we're gonna ask Ann to speak first. Go ahead, Ann.
You know, I listened to a lot of the conversation that took place at the task force. And the group that gets rarely mentioned, who has a check and balance on what's happening here, is the voters. And the last time we went to the voters for the money that we needed to make the city whole, the debt that we took on and that the voters were willing to agree to, when it was explained to them what their options were, which, you know, in all these scenarios, when there's this overspending that goes on, we're stuck with paying for it in the end. You know, that 180,000 extra, where's that coming from? We're gonna pay for it. So it's, all we're asking for is when you see the situation coming, you call a special meeting. You explain to the voters what's happening, and you explain that you're going to go over budget, and if it takes a debt to change things, and you listen to what they say. Well, do you have to buy that new truck this year? Let's think about these things again. Maybe you don't have to spend so much money. Maybe you can delay it till next year, so that they can offer you some of their solutions that you may not see, because your police chief may be saying, well, you know, we can't go with that 1940 vehicle anymore, but nonetheless you could, you know, it'll survive. And we don't have any 1940 vehicles. But I'm saying that the voters agreed to a budget. They said, we will pay you the money to meet this budget. And everybody knows that you cushion a little extra money in here and a little extra money in there, because you're counting on some of these things possibly happening. And all we're asking for is the decency to come to the public, explain the situation, see what they think you should be doing, make a decision based on it, have a vote.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, so Dave has been playing with some language for us. Let's just read it out loud and then we'll talk a little bit more. So the proposal from David would say, it's no longer N, by the way, it would be its own paragraph. The city council, without special direction of the voters of the city, shall not draw, sign, or approve warrants to pay expenditures or appropriations in excess of 103% of anticipated revenues. The city treasurer, without special direction of the voters of the city, shall not honor or pay warrants in excess of 103% of anticipated revenues.
So you're up to
You just
200.
added another.
Ann, I'm going to ask you to ask to be recognized before you speak. Charlie?
Yeah, well, I mean, just added another 90,000.
Yeah.
93,000. I mean, Ann kind of made a case for why, if we keep it the way it is, I mean, a prudent council is just going to pad their budget to begin with, so I'm not sure that's a good thing either. So,
I would like to push
Yeah.
back against that statement. I don't know anywhere that department heads padded their budget, and if that's been public conversation, you roll your eyes at me, but I truly do not know and cannot name you. Girl Scout promise, hand over my heart, but that's not what's happening. So I really want to be careful with the language that we're putting forward in this conversation, because I understand where this comes from. And I understand that there might maybe previous actions, but
There, and I'll just add to that, there are other ways that checks and balances get experienced as well. One of them is that the voters vote on a budget the next year, and as we know, the voters pretty clearly spoke this year and said, we are highly concerned about the budget. And so, believe me when I tell you that Joe and I have already had conversation about how we're going to recognize that reality as we're working on the budget for next year. That is a clear check and balance. Further, if we have somebody who's routinely blowing through their budget, we've got a different problem and one that we can hold people accountable to. But my experience is exactly the same as Carter's. One of the last conversations I had in a department head meeting before Joe arrived was between Chief Lacoste and Chief Bingham about how we could take an 8-year-old police vehicle that had more life in it than the fire chief's vehicle, and instead of buying a new fire chief's vehicle, rebrand it and put the right lights on it and try and get another couple or 3 years out of it. So it's not that no one is listening, and I take exception to the fact that I get this accusation on a semi-regular basis. My experience of this staff is that they are doing their level best to try and bring the services that the city is asking for at a reasonable cost. I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think 103 is necessary. I'd be satisfied with 102%. But I do think that it's appropriate to have a stopgap in there so that when unexpected things happen, and I think we've got some good examples on the table of what they might be, we have a way to deal with that. And finally, I'll say this. I was the one who helped the council to craft those motions that went to the voters last August 12th, a year ago. And we had a lot of conversation about that. We were asking for big money, and we were asking them to accept responsibility for decisions that had been handled poorly for a very long time. There's not a doubt in my mind that we need to go to the voters in those instances. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is when things that are unforeseen, like insurance rates went up dramatically higher than any of us could have predicted, we can still provide the insurance to our employees and figure out how to get through the year. And then we've got a different problem the following year. Do we have too many employees? Do we need to make a different decision about how to manage the rising cost of healthcare or insuring the city? Yeah, that's the budgeting process that we go through every single year. Travis.
I see both sides here. I really, the voters have given you their determination on what they're willing to pay, and it's the will of the people that's been voted on. But I do agree with Charlie. There could be, you know, when I understood your scenario better, the one that you put forward about fuel, it makes sense. Is there a way that we could have it framed where we keep the original language? You know, you can't spend in excess of the budget, or you can't spend in excess of 103% of anticipated revenues for line items already approved that have incurred some unexpected rise in cost that would rein in the just, oh, I really want this, we haven't dipped into that percentage, let's go ahead and we can go up to 103, let's do that. So it's something that we had a city employee's budget there, and he has a family, and that insurance went up, so it's unavoidable, as opposed to we're going to use it as a wish list item. Can we incorporate both sides to bring it together?
Council members?
I see Sharon.
Go ahead, Sharon.
I don't know if that is related to that.
No, what's 103%? What's the dollar figure for that?
Just a second, I'll tell you.
289.
2 and 3, yeah, closer to 3.
279.
Yeah, if you start with a budget of roughly 9,300,000.
279.
279, and so 2%.
180. 6.
185.
So I would propose 102%. I think 103 is too much. Because we already have provisions in there for emergencies.
Yes, we do.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sharon. Other council members want to weigh in on this?
We need something in there because as Charlie alluded to, and I know you use the ambulance service, but when they have a breakdown, they don't have time to do a lot of stuff, right? So if they have a breakdown and it's a major repair, they have to act on it now to not interrupt service. And the last thing we want to do is interrupt the service that everyone expects in the city.
Which again, a breakdown of equipment is unavoidable. It's already in the budget, it just incurred some extra expense. That's all I'm saying, is there some way to...
I hear your question. Dave or John, do you have any thoughts about how to?
Well, the difficulty with trying to tie it to line items is that inevitably over the course of the year, you know, every line item is the best estimate 18 months out. And the real issue is balancing the bottom line at the end of the year. And you may have a year where you run over $15,000 in police department fuel, but you make it up by cutting something else to come out even at the end of the year.
Which is absolutely the current practice. I've watched this.
And-
Our staff is doing their level best. So if something goes unexpected, they do their best to figure out where else they can cut in their department to try and make that up. So that's exactly how it works in practice.
I'm very curious about the following up on what Charlie has raised, which is around any language that would incur that deficit to the next year's budget. Is that covered in this current charter?
I don't think so.
Like, or just great scanning, okay. Because
I'm gonna say no to that because we weren't gonna allow it to happen.
yeah.
Council, Dave, do you have something to say about this? Do you have language that you see anywhere else where we could limit it to something that then gets incorporated and taken care of the following year?
No, I'm not something off the top of my head, except to maybe just add a sentence that says, the overspend shall not carry over into the next fiscal year, or something like that. This is pretty unique language.
Yeah, I mean, you could put, I'm sorry for just jumping in, but you could put, you use 102%, that you, gives you the ability to do it, providing that you deal with a deficit in the next fiscal year. Or in the next budget, or whatever. That just eliminates it from accumulating.
Yeah.
You can't say that never happened, and I know that this council would never ever think about doing that, but you don't know about the next one. And I'm gonna say it again, Sharon's gonna shake her head. You don't know what you don't know. So that controls that. And that, without that in there, I'm not even in favor of the 102, so that's just me.
I also am gonna push and say I'm more friendly to the 103 limit. One example that is coming to mind, and Carrie, you know the exact numbers on how much electricity the wastewater treatment plant runs every month, then you add a fund tariff to that. Where do we get our power? Canada. And that is currently something that we cannot predict in the next 18 months, what that's gonna look like. Roughly between $10,000 to $15,000 is spent from Vermont Electric Co-op to run that facility. You just start to move around with the percentages there, times 12 per month. We would eat up that little, that 2%. It doesn't sound like much, and I mean, I know it sounds like a lot, but there is just a number of things that we'd be running up against. And so but I also I very much hear and understand that it is, but the budget process needs to be more concrete. We really ironed that out. And so looking ahead, we don't know what we don't know. I don't know who's gonna be sitting here in 15 years. So I hear and want to have a limit, but it sometimes goes beyond the personnel policy. There's just so many things.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, my rebuttal to that line of thinking would be, then you have to go in front of the voters. That's all that this is saying. That is, if you're going to go over 102%, then you've got to go to the voters for the rest of it. That's my rebuttal to that.
So maintaining services, you must go to the voters.
Well, if you go over like 185, 100 and whatever 2% was. So if you're going to go over that, then you have to go to the voters for the additional amount that's needed.
Okay, Danny, and then
That's
Ford.
what my.
I understand where you're coming from. If I was sitting where you're sitting, I would want the biggest buffer that I could, because not knowing, things like tariffs, and, we're in a very uncertain time. I'm gonna really try to keep this from becoming a soliloquy because this kind of goes into like my philosophy about the changes we make to the charter in general. We're walking a very fine line between keeping the spirit of the original charter, which I do think is important. I do think it, maybe from a voter standpoint, accounted for some of the concerns about the charter that didn't pass. As a historian, I think there's a lot of value in the charter and the language as it stands now, remembering that without the percentages, how the charter stands now, the values of this city in 1918 when the charter was written and the values of the city now are not going to be completely the same. They're obviously in over 100 years there are changes. But I think in having listened to people like Dan and Pam and Lori and all the people who came to our meetings for the last, what was it, 75 hours, is that what we calculated, of meetings that we've had. The values, the principles that still carry from the 1918 charter is voter consent of the budget. And there's a real concern, especially in light of recent history, that we've really moved away from that. We've really moved away from how this, the mode of operations that this city is founded on. I think I am for giving you guys a buffer. You've made a very compelling case for the buffer needing to be there. But I do agree with Sharon. We're not saying you can't go above an amount. It's a slippery slope. I hate that term, but it really is, because then who's to say, well, maybe it should be 104, 105. Percentages are hard. I think we all feel maybe a little more comfortable with dollar amounts and things like that. But at the end of the day, I think we have, what I'm always thinking of as a voter is what's going to be palatable to the voters. And I think if we move too far afield of what the charter says now, especially when it comes to expenditures, which is a very touchy subject, I think we run the risk of completely alienating voters against this charter.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thor?
I just wanted to add kind of like a counterpoint on the side of the voters. Just that I think we've added so many other clauses that have created proper restrictions that I do see the value that you're bringing up of that there is the day-to-day functions and just what needs to be done. And if you zoom back out to the overall charter and all the things that have been changed, we do need to kind of like see the whole forest there and understand that this becomes incredibly restrictive for you. And I for one, don't see value in any of this language. It was hyper restrictive before in just how it was worded. It didn't change anything. It didn't do anything to stop anything that happened beforehand. So having something that becomes like a legal issue with how it's even written out, or creates things where you're now having to basically be like, well, I guess we're, like no fuel for the school buses this year kind of thing, like for how you're dealing with that, is counter to the whole point of all of that. So I just, obviously a newer citizen here, but I want to just have that on the record from the side of the voter to say that this seems like just cut it out and look through the whole rest of the forest, what's been done, and see that all of the other things that have been made that have helped this, and with everything else that has been done, there is still the strength of the voters across the rest of everything to see if something like this happens, to then change with their power, which is your vote. You don't need it written out in that kind of exact language that way.
Thank you. Council members, what's your pleasure?
I just want to also, on the note of the power of the vote, can also replace us. Like, I think it's not just the annual budget, but it's those who are crafting the budget, who are working with the city manager throughout that process, throughout the year. There's 50-50 turnover every year, or sometimes a little bit more. So it's just another democratic way. Go ahead, Sharon.
Go ahead, Sharon.
I have to say that I feel strongly about sticking to the 102% because then it can go to a vote. I think that I'm speaking for myself, but I think I'm also speaking for many of the taxpayers of the city who are on fixed incomes, and all we hear is our taxes keep going up and up and up. And this is another form of checks and balances to try to help put that into perspective. So I strongly feel that 102 is where we're at. In 10 years, if it's not enough, then it can be changed. Or before that, if another council wants to go forth with a change of this charter. That's my feeling.
Thank you, Sharon.
I also think that we should add a piece to that it has to be paid through the next fiscal year. Any overage needs to be paid through the next fiscal year, we don't have 1 year to.
Dave Rue, I've heard numerous people make this request. Do you think there's a sentence that we could add that would provide that to happen, make that happen? Sorry.
It is, well, what is, you want to say that this expenditure needs to be paid in the next fiscal year, or you shall not go over again the next fiscal year? I'm trying to understand, like, how does it get paid off in the next city year's budget? I'm trying to understand what the concern is so I can word it appropriately.
Lori?
Well, I think if we go back to the Vector truck, he was, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we now have to budget those payments every year moving forward. So if for some reason we have to make another emergency purchase that's, $125,000 and we get some kind of payments or something over time, it has to be put into the oncoming year budgets, I guess. Is that what we're sort of?
No, I think that misspeaks, actually. Let me just clarify. First of all, there are no payments on the Vector truck. It was purchased outright. There was no loan.
Oh, okay.
Right? And the way that it was purchased, the justification for it was that Tom was willing to adjust his budgeting so that capital expenditures that he was expecting to do in other areas would hold off, and the Vector truck would be prioritized within the budgeting that he had done for total capital expenditures in public works, water, and sewer. So it's just not the right example.
Not the same thing.
It doesn't really fit, in my judgment.
Okay, I guess I was misunderstanding kind of how we were going. So that makes me think then that the fact is, in this example, say, you've got a new police officer and you've got an increase. Well, somehow or another, the budget's gonna have to be worked out. And then in ensuing years, the increase in the insurance would have to be included in.
For sure, in ensuing years. Yes, and I'm not opposed, anybody who is working on this would obviously have to figure out, we just spent $185,000 more than we intended to this year. How do we make good on that so that we don't be, that's the way we got into this problem, right? Was we just ran an increasing deficit every year without addressing either the fundamental problem at the beginning of the process or the fact that we were spending ourselves into a hole, right? There were two sides of that equation. I didn't say that very well as I wanted to, but.
Right. And I think the other part, or I don't know if you were gonna say something, but the other part where I'm kind of like struggling with this is the anticipated revenues. Revenues means grants, that means profit from the rec department, and those things are also really hard to nail down concretely. We're getting better at it. We've been reviewing last year's and really having those hard conversations to say, is this actually accurate? Because that's also where, to your point, where we were shorting. And so I think that's also why we can be setting up others for failure, even though it's best practice. And I like the look.
Jennifer Hopkins, I'm sorry I missed you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Number one, I'm in favor of having a cap. Number two, the problem is the next fiscal year, when you're gonna run out of funds, is not before you do the following year's budget, most likely. You're doing, because you got less than 6 months of your year to go through. Maybe you will. But when you're gonna run into the problem is probably the last quarter of the fiscal year. So just a point.
It's a fair
Yeah.
point.
You already have an approved budget at that point, right? So.
Yeah, you got it. So next available fiscal year, I don't know.
Maybe that's it, and maybe that's the next preceding fiscal year. Hold on.
So can I just add something?
Sure, go ahead, Charlie.
So, our words were current, I think, Dave changed that to anticipated revenues.
We might have changed it, but
No, I
the
don't think so.
original
I
charter
think Dave
says
changed it.
Yeah, I think I changed it. I wanted it to say anticipated revenue.
So, current revenues that is a different term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had current revenues.
Joe?
Yeah, that changes that completely, because, I mean, your current revenues could be well in excess of what your budget is. Right? You could get however you target it, but yeah, that could change your calculation significantly. I mean, by hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right, and current revenues, you know, if it's,
I mean, current.
let's say we're talking July 15th, the city doesn't technically have any revenue for that fiscal year on July 15th yet, because the tax payment hasn't been made yet.
Yeah. Or if you experience in excess of revenue towards the end of towards the end of June, and you're still over, but yeah, that changed your calculation heavily. That could really be, that could swing both ways. I'm really enjoying this conversation.
And that's
Fascinating.
as, so that's as, just to be clear, though, that is your current criteria.
Oh, we're okay with that.
Yeah, I just
I
wanted
can
to
manage
case,
that.
you know.
Okay, Joseph and then Ian. Come to the mic, please. Sorry.
That does raise the issue to me, assuming that the Northern Borders money had come in and you were planning to use it to do the infrastructure this year, you couldn't possibly do that because you have $3 million in excess of anticipated revenue, but you can only spend 102% of anticipated revenue. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, grants always.
Ann?
always nice.
I have to say, Joe, that I am not enjoying this conversation because I can't even figure out when you say we're going to go $180,000 over our budget this year.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Well,
Take care not to misrepresent, please.
Hypothetical.
We could, not we are
2%,
going to.
2% or 3%, whatever your number, or 1%, nobody's mentioned 1%, so I throw it in there. But who's paying for it? The taxpayers, are at their almost limit now. You know that it was at best 50-50 in terms of who wanted to accept that budget and who didn't want to. And let me tell you, the people that didn't want to accept it weren't thinking, oh, they should have had it be a lot more. They were thinking, we want this to be a lot less. And now you're not even going to stay. What we're hearing is you're not even going to try to stay within the budget.
Ann, I'm just going to ask you, please, not to misrepresent what's been said. No one has said we're not going to make any effort to try and stay within the budget. No one has said that here, not one time tonight. So please, let's not misrepresent people's intention or their words.
Yes, but you're giving yourself the window of an
That's true.
additional 2%,
Yes.
which is $180,000 that the taxpayers are going to have to come up with. Now, if you do it through a loan or something like that, you're going to need to ask us for approval.
That's right.
If other than that, you're going to have to raise taxes. And if you need to do it by the end of the tax year, fiscal year, you're going to have to come to us and ask us to pay more for our taxes. Or you're going to have to roll it over to next year somehow. But we're paying more taxes if this happens.
Yes, we agree about that. And just to be clear, this is exactly what happened last August. One of the 5 provisions that people voted on, the 5 ballot initiatives that people voted on, was that we had made a serious error, compounding error, the same error that had been made at least 4 years previously, that we were double counting $220,000 in income, and we went to the voters and said, we need to fix this error or we're gonna end up another 220 grand in the hole.
More money is coming out of the tax.
I understand. I understand.
So I'm not happy about it, nor will.
No one here is suggesting that we want to unlimited spend and be happy about it. That has not been suggested. What's being talked about here tonight is what happens if something totally unexpected takes place that we couldn't have foreseen. That's what we're talking about.
Then you come to us and you.
I understand your point. We've now made it several times. And I think we're laboring over the point. We're talking a lot about it here. We've been going at it now for nearly an hour. So no one is trying to be cavalier about it. Please don't represent it that way. Charlie.
So, I'm back to the anticipated current revenue. What we really want is for you not to expend more than 2% of the approved budget expenditure. And then you don't have to worry about your revenue. You have a figure. Your budget expenditure is $9.3 million. So you can't go beyond that expenditure more than 2%. And then you don't have to worry about what your revenue is, what you're anticipating. Just say you can't spend more than you said you were going to spend in your budget. So that makes it really clear, because you have a income and an expense budget. So if you're saying your expense budget can't exceed 102%.
I would just say the counter is a really relevant example of grants, because the city of Newport got $465,000 in implementation funds that are no match required, but we would have to exceed our expenditures, so that math is like 5%. I mean, we are spreading it out over 2 years, so that's 2.5%. Actually, a little bit more. So I think it gets really hard when you try to factor in grants, both on the expenditure and the revenue side.
Grants in your expenditures?
Yes.
We do, we are, but that is an addition from the voter approval, like for a bigger dollar sign one than the RC one, but also the MERC grant that was awarded in December, so middle of the year, middle of the fiscal year that is. So it gets really hard. I appreciate where you're coming from though. It's like, okay, well, like, we just really don't want to see tax dollars. We don't want to be going back to the taxpayers
Overspending.
liberally. But I also see that Dave has his hand up and he has been for a minute.
Okay.
So I don't know if you dictate on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Travis, and then we'll go to Dave.
Yeah, so as I think Rick mentioned, maybe it was somebody else, this provision has been in there all the time, with even stiffer with the liability language, and we still overspent. And I don't think yes, it's just tax money we care about. Nobody, I think, in the city is gonna come and say, oh, you got a $3 million grant and you overspent your budget. Nobody's gonna come and do that realistically. They're gonna be happy that you fixed the pit, you didn't ask for more tax revenue. So I get it, but it seems like a moot point. And there's just one other thing that was said about the check and balance of voting. If we don't agree with how you spent money, we can vote you out. Unfortunately, the problem with that is the damage has been done, and digging out of that hole is hard, even if you do replace the people that did.
Thank you, Travis. Dave?
So what I was throwing out language here about, requiring that you repay that excess in subsequent years. I don't think that that's needed because the law already requires that get paid back. And if you don't do it if you don't do it through a law, 5% or tax or a multiple of 5% tax to raise sufficient revenue to pay off the deficit. And that's just general law, and that's what we were dealing with about a year ago, and why we went to the voters to get that deficit note. So I think if we just leave it, if we can get consensus on 102%, we don't need to add a statement that it needs to be repaid the next fiscal year or what have you, because 24 VSA 1523 already requires the city do that either by budgeting, assessing a mandatory tax, or by getting another loan.
Thank you, that's clarifying.
Yeah.
Charlie?
So then again, if it's already, if it's law, then we're not contradicting anything. I think we ought to put it in, it makes it pretty clear. Because even though that law's been on the books for God knows how many years, our past councils overdid it every year. So it didn't stop. So maybe just having that in there is fine. But I hate saying that you don't have to have this in your charter because state law already says stuff. And I know we have some of that in there, but same problem I have with putting statutes in. Should be clear. You gotta read your budget, know what's gonna happen. Just say, if we allow this, you're gonna have to do this afterwards. That's
Okay,
Okay, so I feel like Sharon, and you have spoken, I'm, just for the record, willing to go with the majority of the council. Like, I'm not trying to drag this point out. I actually genuinely appreciate this conversation and all of it strikes, like, yeah. And I am willing to flex and bend and go with the rest of the folks, but I just want to make sure, but if John and I are aligned, then we should or could discuss this further, but also I'm willing to just say, hey, let's take a pulse and then we can move on.
John?
So not to put you on the hot seat.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I want to go with it. Because I take Dave's point about having to clean it up in the following year anyway. I'm almost thinking that if we simply delete it or take it out entirely, then we're effectively where we were before.
Yeah, you gotta speak up a little bit, John.
Sorry.
Well, I also
I think your mic may have died, so just have to project.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I want to say anything in the charter about it at all. I'm inclined to just take it out.
Just that last sentence, is that what you're talking about? Or are you saying
Paragraph.
The paragraph.
the whole paragraph?
And if it comes out there, there's another place it needs to come out too. Or the two paragraphs need to be consistent anyway. And let me find the other one I had it a minute ago.
Hey, I have a recommendation about process. My judgment is that we've labored this considerably. People are tired and we're not done yet. And we have 2 public hearings where we're going to have a lot more opportunity to speak. Thank you, Karen. So one possibility is we simply remove the letter M, make it its own paragraph, and come back for further conversation about this in the public hearings.
Yeah.
And people will have had a chance to sleep on it. We're going with the original language from the task force. Doesn't have any change in the 102 versus 100% versus anything. It's just using the recommendation of the task force to get us to our first public hearing.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
Because clearly we all have lots of opinions about this. Danny?
Are you talking about our original language or David's?
No, I'm talking about the language that's been presented tonight.
So that, but with David's, so David had changed that to say anticipated.
Yeah, the anticipated revenue
And the
versus
task
the
force had
current.
originally had
budget.
current in there.
Okay, so the only change would be what? Somebody clarify that for me.
The last,
What?
the last sentence, not to exceed anticipated, he changed it there, right?
I think in both places, I think in the end of the first sentence, it says,
Much better,
both
thank you.
the first and the second sentence, it says anticipated revenues.
Nobody can hear you.
Yeah, you gotta speak up. Andy,
Sorry,
please.
guys. In both the first and the second sentence of that paragraph, it says anticipated revenues. The original language that I believe we had left in said current revenues. I know that Joe made a really good point that those are two very different things, and I just wondered which one we were gonna move forward with.
Here's the reason, I think, from my perspective, anticipated revenues make sense. Anticipated revenues means we know the taxes are gonna hit 3 months from now. We do this kind of adjusting all the time, right? Like, I don't know how you could base it on current revenues, because current may mean, as somebody pointed out tonight, it's the 1st of August, we haven't taken in any revenue yet for the year, and therefore we can't be spending any of it, right? So I would leave the word anticipated, the way it's been presented tonight, not make any changes to this paragraph, except the removal of the letter M and making it a standalone paragraph at the end of this section.
And I'll make that a motion.
I have a motion and a second. I'm not even gonna ask if there's further conversation. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed, nay? The motion carries. To be continued. This is very rich. I expect we will have more conversation about it. Are there other items that people would like to put on the table? Like Carter did this one.
It was coming up anyway, so don't worry.
No, I'm not. I'm a little levity. That's all I'm looking for, a little levity.
I have a quick.
Jennifer has a comment.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
I don't know how much wordsmithing you want to do, but consistency and number 11, apropos of Board of Abatement, should be shortened to Board of Abatement as opposed to what is in there. And let me see if I can get there quickly. So it's section 11, and it's the second paragraph, second or third sentence down.
Is it where it says Board of Abatement of Taxes?
Yeah, it should just say the Board of Abatement, that's what you use further along.
So you're talking about the sentence that begins in conjunction?
Yes.
Yeah,
And your proposal is that we should consider saying, in conjunction with the city assessor, they shall constitute a board of abatement, comma,
Yeah.
and shall be governed. Correct?
yeah.
Get rid of
Correct.
of tax.
Do I have a motion
I'll make that motion.
and a second?
Also.
I have a motion and a second. Task force members, you okay with this? Council members? Dave, you caught this one?
He's good.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got two
Hold
more.
on, Jennifer. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, going backwards a little bit, 6A, election of the school board. One of the questions was, how do you handle that? And I think it's, where did I write it down? The 5 school board members would be staggered terms, that if you would end up adding the word to staggered terms, you won't have them all elected in the same year and re-elected in the same year. The committee hashed this out, but the answer is what the wording is in the harbor committee.
I 100% agree with that, we missed it.
Yeah.
Okay, can you specify, I'm sorry, I didn't catch where we are exactly. Are we in
A2?
A2? Yes.
Yeah,
And what you're proposing, Charlie, make our proposal here.
put it in, just put the word staggered, right?
School trustees shall be elected for
3,
a term of 3,
no, wait a minute.
it doesn't work.
Yeah. Hang on.
In staggered, for a term of 3 years, and add
School trustees shall be elected for staggered 3-year terms.
There it is.
there you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Task force members?
Yeah, we just missed it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go ahead, Jennifer, you're on a roll.
Okay, under 8, the power of mayor, the last line is about the president of the council, and that repeats later on in the charter, and I, of course, did not write down exactly where.
We chose to keep that a repeat so that it would be consistent in each of those sections.
Okay, I know we discussed that too, so great. The final thing is, as long as we don't do various little tiny wordsmith and capitals, is officers of the city defined?
You're asking, is it defined
I did
generally?
not find it in there, but we refer to the officers of the city.
It's about.
As under the city manager and the city council, are we talking officers being department head, or what are we referring to as officers of the city? Is it the school board an officer of the city?
So what you will see in a minute when we start talking about the public hearing notice and how this is going to be voted is that I have grouped some of the sections together and described them as election of city officers. So that does not, officers in my view does not include employees, especially because we've gotten rid of things like superintendent of streets. But I think, you know, the police chief is an officer, so is the fire chief. So I think it's a little bit, it's difficult to define, and I don't know if there's a good reason to define it or not.
Jennifer, you want to say anything else about this?
I think that that's potentially a good solution as long as it isn't inconsistent with what you put under the city council powers. Apropos of officers, where you've used department heads and officers, both, you know, officers and employees, or maybe department heads and employees. But then, point of David made, not everybody is a department head, potentially.
Personally, I don't think a department head is an officer of the city. I don't think anybody would think that. Well, excuse me, I don't think in any terms that you find in any of these, they would be included. Appointments.
I think what I'm going to do is recommend that we, oh, I'm sorry, Dennis and then Danny.
I believe that at one point during our conversations, we did believe that officers of the city were those who were elected to their positions, not appointed. Am I correct on that? Do you remember that conversation? I think that's what we did.
Yeah.
So do we need a sentence clarifying it in that way? Dave, I see you shaking your
Because you're appointing the clerk and treasurer and they're city officers.
Danny?
I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but state statute does actually define it in Title 24, Chapter 60, Municipal Code of Ethics. Give me just a second.
You're right, it does, but it defines municipal officials who are subject to the code of ethics. It's not municipal officers per se, but I understand what you're saying.
So that's, I mean, I think when we were initially looking at that language, because that did come up, we did reference that for our own edification so that we could understand what officers are.
Thank you. Dave, do you have a recommendation?
I think for now, we leave it as is at this hour. And if people become, if it becomes unclear upon further reflection, we can deal with it on September 4th or whenever we want in the first year.
That's exactly where I was going to go. You okay with that, council members?
Yes.
Okay, no change. All right. Are there other concerns that people want to put out there? Mike, it's all yours.
about that came up at our very last meeting. And it's in section 6, subsection A3. And it talks about term limits. So I have been having contact with legislative council, talking with them not in specific terms for the city, but in specific terms of charters, period. And I had a conversation about term limits. Is it permissible? It is permissible. Brattleboro has it in their charter for all their appointed officers, that they are in term limits. But this is very wide open, this language. I'm told that going to the legislature, it should be very specific on what you want. If you want term limits, then you need to spell out who is under that, what are the terms, if they're off a year, can they run again? Those are all the different things that the legislature will be looking for. So I think if that's what you want, then that's something that you should really try to develop to put in the charter.
That's really helpful. Anybody want to speak to that?
So this could be a red flag then in terms of a snag in the legislature. And so then the question is whether we leave it in or take it out in order to avoid having the legislature.
Or be more specific is another option.
Right.
Yeah, either do them or don't do them probably is the right way to do them. And I'm guessing on second thought, if you are gonna have a vote on it, it could be a charter change vote. Down the road.
Right.
We just put it in so people would think about it. Trying to avoid, again, having to make a charter change if the city wanted to do it. The charter change is a whole lot harder to do than just a city vote. Sure is. So, I think that was our goal, but if it's gonna be a snag, then it's not that important. Unless you decide you want term limits and what are they, which we would be okay with too.
Andrew?
think-
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You were starting to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with term limits, but it's never gonna, you're never gonna put enough positions on there, right? It's always either, I think we're better off to just, at this point, just abandon that or get rid of that as opposed to, because if you put in term limits, you gotta specify each position, each role, and then you're always gonna want, well, we should have put that in there, we should have put this in there, we should have put this position in. I think that there's always gonna be I just think we'd be better off to get rid of it.
I was gonna say strike it if it's a red flag, but I appreciate the brain candy that is. It is a conversation that, I don't know, I've thought about, I've had with neighbors but I also can see that if we leave it, and then it gets approved, it can be maliciously used. Again, we don't know what we don't know, I'm just embodying that. So if a small number of people wanted to have a special meeting to limit terms, I don't know, it just gets kind of hairy. So I'm more comfy with striking it, although I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of term limits. I just want to be clear on it is.
So we certainly don't have huge surpluses of people running for elective office. And so that's part of the issue,
We had that discussion too. That's why we didn't do anything.
So, if I could just say, what confuses me about this section is mixing city council members and school trustees. If this were just about city council, those elected to city council, including mayor and council members, honestly, and we can argue about the number of terms, but I'm not opposed to term limits. I think part of the reason that we don't have more people stepping up to provide leadership is because we don't have a bunch of people stepping aside, right? So I just want to say that, in my judgment, having even if you extend it, 4 term limits is 8 years, or 5 is 10 years, right? But put some kind of a limit on it so that we don't end up with people who've been serving 20, 25 years who don't make way for new leadership to emerge in our community. Now, that's complicated because I'm not sure I'm prepared, at least tonight, to speak to the question of school trustees, right?
Yeah,
That feels like an overstep to me.
Right, and the other aspect of it is that, particularly with school boards, it's been the case in Newport in the past, and it's been the case in many other towns, that literally nobody runs. So there are vacancies, and there are towns that haven't had representatives on the North Country Board for years.
Right.
Because nobody will run. So the term limits are, irrelevant.
Kind of a moot point, right?
And in many other circumstances, people just don't run. And so and I know of incumbents who wanted to get done, but they end up getting talked into running again because nobody else runs. And so they run around and get a petition in on the last day.
Yep.
Precisely because nobody's running.
So, I'm going to ask Dave if he wants to speak this first round. Go ahead, Dave.
I just wanted to actually change the language of A in this section. So it says the election and term of city council members and school trustees instead of city officers. Because that's all it pertains to.
Agreed. The word officer there is in fact unclear.
Official or officer, right? It implies that those are the only 2 city officers, and we know that there's other city officials. So I'd like to just have it say the election and term of city council members and school trustees shall be as follows.
Can we deal with that first?
So that would change that introductory sentence to read, the election and term of all city council members and school trustees shall be as follows. I'll make that a motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Task force members, how you feeling about that? Everybody
I'm
okay?
fine with that, yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. So we're back to that conversation about term limits.
My information is to take it out.
Just strike it for tonight.
Strike it.
Yeah.
I'll make that a motion.
Okay, I have a motion to strike
I'll second.
A3, and I have a second. Any further discussion? I'll just say, we can come back to this conversation
Sure.
and talk about an appropriate way to word it. We have future opportunities. Pam?
Why not leave it in, and then when you have the other meetings with the opportunity for citizens to comment, they can put in their 10 cents too. It's an interesting idea.
So I think my answer to that would be, the reason to take it out is because we think it actually will create problems in its current language. And so I am all for putting this back on the table, and I can't imagine that it won't be put back on the table. But I think for tonight, what I'm hearing from Mike is that the language as it's written is actually not something that I think any of us would feel comfortable sending forward to the state legislature.
But we're not out of place at state legislature.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, we're trying to get this document, what we've been doing all night, is trying to get this document as close as we can to something that the council is prepared to stand behind. So really, truly, you know what I think about this. I would like to see this come back up again at the next meeting.
And I think, aren't we having a written record of like the previous versions up on the website so that we can have, weren't we documenting the changes as we go? I don't mean to speak for the task force and how we're presenting this information.
Dave, can you answer that? How do you picture, like if we strike this tonight, would it just have a strike through?
No, it would be eliminated because I'm doing track changes here.
Okay.
They could look back at the previous, at the proposal being considered tonight that was dated 8/20. But when I'm done here, it's gonna be just what's changing from the current charter, not, what we deleted from the version that we started with today.
Okay, thank you.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
The challenge of doing that is that yet again, you'll take a document to the public who have 2 hearings, 2 opportunities to comment, and yet you're saying this is a finished document, the comments don't mean diddly squat.
No,
That's
wait,
a
again,
shame.
I take exception to you making statements that are simply not true. No one has said anything like what you just said. Nothing like it.
That's what it sounded like.
Well, you may have heard it that way. No one said it in that way, and no one meant it in that way. So let's not misrepresent what the council is either intending or actually saying. What the council has a motion on the table to do tonight is to simply strike a sentence that we've been given advice is not acceptable. There is no reason in the world, and in fact, I suspect council members would be very much in favor of a conversation about whether or not there's a way to appropriately establish term limits. So let's not misrepresent what the council is trying to do.
Let's remember that we were updating our current charter, and that when we have our public input, perhaps this is when it will come up, or one of us could bring it up at that public meeting saying, we're updating the charter, let's update limits. But remember that's what we're doing, we're updating our current charter.
I have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Truman.
Is there a motion to strike?
There already is a motion to strike and a second.
Just the third.
So,
Just the third sentence.
yeah, the third sentence, yeah. So I see everybody here saying, you know, I like the idea of term limits, I like the idea of term limits, I like the idea of term limits. So instead of striking it, why don't we just put some term limits in and we can deal with what those numbers are after? So in other words, say in that section, instead of that, say, you know, the term limit for the mayor shall be 10 years, the term limit for the council shall be 12. And put it in there for the discussion, and then you've got something in there. If it's specific, then the
Then there's not a problem.
legislature's it's not a problem.
That's right.
So if everybody's sitting here thinking term limits are a good idea, why don't we just bite the bullet and do it?
If we do that, we need to do the school trustees at the same time too.
No, you can just limit it to mayor and council.
I don't think we have any right, Mike can probably tell us, Mike or Dave can tell us if we're wrong, but I don't think we have any right to dictate school term limits.
No, we have
I'm
to
not
separate
asking- I'm not asking for that. I'm saying just put it, I think most people don't really care about school. I shouldn't say that, but I mean, term limit wise.
Sorry, Danny, can you speak to this, please? I can't hear you.
There is precedent for the school trustees, that is in the charter already. So the problem is that the way that our school trustees actually operate has moved very far afield of what's in the charter. They haven't been operating to the specifics of the charter for, from what I understand, many years. And part of that is because state law changed to actually allow there to be more trustees than what our charter originally provided for. So our charter provided for 3. And now they have the ability to be 5. And Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are 5 now? Or there are 5 positions, so.
Well, we're missing one
There are
still.
5 people, but there's 5
Yeah,
people.
so in our current charter as it stands, oh gosh, you guys, it's really kind of long and crunchy, but it basically says at the annual meeting each year thereafter, one trustee shall be elected for a term of 3 years and until his or her successor is elected and qualified. The remaining 2 members of the board shall be appointed in the first instance by the city council or for a term of 1 year, and one for a term of 2 years, and thereafter the successor of each shall be elected and hold office for a term of 3 years, and until his or her successor is elected and qualified. So, in the spirit of that, we updated the language to be much more clear and not, they were providing for the fact that this was all new at that time. So that's where we didn't make that term limit up. It did come from and it's my understanding that that part of it is actually how the school board of trustees is operating.
Well, but they don't have a term limit, it's a 3-year term and they can run umpteen times.
Go ahead, Carter.
I was just saying, if we throw numbers, we're wanting to go down that route. Okay. wanting to have that extended conversation and deliberation, and specifically talking about the different terms for different positions. Dave, what I have heard is that even, but I don't know if this is true, so please correct me if I'm wrong, is if there's a term limit, you can extend that term, meet that limit, take a year off, and then run again. Does it reset the clock? Or, and is that what we would like to do, or is there a different, sorry, I.
No, I'm not commenting in any way, just listening.
Yeah, or are we looking to limit the years of service per individual?
Yeah, that's what.
And does it matter if, like, if, I don't know, if Bobby serves 6 years on council and then wants to elevate to mayor, do those years combine? Is it two different offices? Like, it's just a big conversation that I want to be thorough and I want to be considerate about. And so, and looking at the clock and recognizing that I'm aware of all of those things. And I think it's really interesting, and that's why it's brain candy to me. But I don't know if it's necessarily, yeah.
I don't know the answer to your question, except that I relate it to the federal constitution and think that a president should only be able to serve for 2 4-year terms.
Okay.
Doesn't matter whether they're consecutive or not, the president could not add a 3rd, 4th-year term, that whether it's, regardless of whether it's consecutive or not.
Sharon?
So I'm just going to throw out there that we add to the current language to put some closure to this. I would advocate that the mayor would be a term of five terms, which would be 10 years, and the city council would be 6 terms, which would be 12 years. My reason for that, and then I would add the word consecutive in there, and my reason for that is because at the end of that consecutive year, if whoever gets voted in after 2 years gets voted out and the other person wants to run again, it's the election, it's the will of the people to re-elect them if they so choose. That's my reasoning. And that would put some terms in there to present for the public input, some
Did you
specific.
say 6, can you run the terms by me again, the numbers?
My proposal is for mayor, the term would be 5 consecutive terms. For city council, it would be 6 consecutive terms.
Y'all, here's my recommendation. Everybody clearly has an interest in this.
Yeah.
It seems to me that tonight, we are not trying to figure out how to parse the possibilities. Everybody can think on it, sleep on it, we've got a couple of weeks. I would recommend that we deal with the motion that's on the table to strike that sentence, and then come back to this and make it a topic of conversation when people have had a chance to think it over. Like, I'm confused about, are we saying that a mayor can serve 5 terms in addition to having served on council for 6 years? Because a mayor is a council member, right? Like, it's not clear. So I think there's a lot of clarity that we should work on bringing to this, and I encourage council members and task force members and members of the community to bring those ideas forward for a part of our public hearing. This does seem important to me.
So why don't I withdraw the motion and we deal with it next time?
All right, so you want to take it off the table entirely, and we'll just leave what it is currently, and
Then figure it out next time, because we have the option of deleting it or rewriting it after either of the public hearings.
I'm okay with that. I don't think we should just strike it because
Yeah, I don't either.
this,
okay, who made the second on this?
I did.
And you're okay withdrawn? Okay, we've withdrawn, we'll come back to this.
So for this document, it's going to stay.
For this document, it stays. Got that, Dave?
Number 3 is
Yes,
Yes.
A3.
A3 stays. Okay, anything else you want to talk about tonight?
I have two very fast ones.
Please, Travis, come to the mic.
Nothing's fast.
Yeah, this is reordering, like the harbor commission is at the end, it seems
Yeah.
like it should be.
So
So the
can I just
council
speak-
entertain a general, that as long as the language stays consistent, the sections can be reordered as the council sees fit to present a very cohesive document. Would you entertain something like that?
Our legal counsel has an opinion about this, I know because we've talked about it. Dave?
About general reordering,
Yes.
I mean, It is somewhat difficult when you have some places it's just a paragraph and then it goes to 1, 2, 3. It probably should be A, B, C. But I don't necessarily remember what you're referring to, Rick.
So the conversation that we had the other day was, for instance, I'll just to give you another example about not just the Harbor Commission, but it seems illogical as in terms of the flow of the document to have the city manager section way at the end of the document.
Oh,
and not
right,
up elsewhere.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, it's the whole reordering of things, and that makes it more difficult, I think, for the public to follow, because we're just trying to update the current charter. And if we're just trying to update the current charter, we should stick with the order we have now. That will be voted based on different categorizations. You'll see that in a minute. But it will make it more difficult for the charter to pass if we're reordering things, because it doesn't look like we're just updating the current charter.
Mike, do you want to speak to this? I see you trying to get my mic.
We struggled with this for hours.
I mean, I agree with Dave that I think you want to keep things as they are now. It's easier for the citizens of Newport to understand it and see it. I think where the flow could change is when it comes to the legislature. And I think if Woody is reelected and Russ is reelected, they'll be going to Ledge Council to draft this, and they can ask Ledge Council to redraft it so there's a better flow.
Without changing any of the content.
Not changing anything that's in, not changing the language. Well, they could change the language if they want, but I think the legislature, Ledge Council can take care of the flow issue.
Great.
If
So
we ask them, when we say.
Sure. Well, let's have to talk to.
They're quite likely to do it anyway, is what I hear you saying.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to speak to this, Ann?
I just was curious as to whether or not we should have renumbered or just left it the way it was on that same theory.
I think
we renumbered upwards as opposed to leaving, let's say section 29, maybe we crossed it out and then everything moved up. And maybe we should have just left all the cross-outs from each of them and left the old numbers.
Dave, do you want to speak to this?
Only that, again, I think it makes it more difficult to see this in the context of an update to the current charter if you start moving, start changing all the numbers. I do agree that if this gets passed, the legislative council or the representatives can renumber all of this and take out all of the deleted provisions and put it in a consecutive order. But I think it's just going to be easier to present as a amended document, or even if we vote but it's too long and too wieldy and we need to show it as a summary, to just keep the sections the way they are in this document now, because it reflects the current charter.
So another way to say that, just to be clear again, is that Dave has a recommendation that I just saw this afternoon for the first time, that he will make tonight when we get there, to how we can chunk this up to make it manageable for the ballot initiative. And I think that will help to clarify as well. So let's hold on to that for a moment. Travis?
The last question I have is, I guess it's mainly for Dave and John, but in section 10, I think we did good work in maintaining the order that wasn't there, that Newport has to have law enforcement, and it mandates that in the charter now. And we did say that these law enforcement officers have to be qualified for state law, because I reread it again. The old charter was very specific in, return process in criminal cases returnable within the state, and that they have the power of the constables. And I think that my question is qualified under state law the same as the language that we have? Is there something in the Vermont State Code that says specifically that constable powers are the things that police use? Does it need that language to give them the authority to act, not just be qualified, but to be able to act in the city?
Constables don't have any power unless they're in fact qualified under state law.
Sure.
And they're uninsurable. So that's why constables are going away.
Okay.
There's been litigation in the past where towns have been sued for constables acting under traditional constable powers, but not acting appropriately as police officers under constitutional limitations.
Right. And I'm not arguing for constables, I'm just saying, is the language necessary? Does that somehow give them the power of a police officer in town? Is just saying that they're qualified by the state, is that enough to give them their mandate to police the city? That's the question.
Dave, do you have an opinion about this?
I unfortunately don't know the answer to that question.
So this is one to bring back to us, Travis, during public hearings.
Okay.
Lori, unless it's something really critical, because we're going to have 2 more events.
I know,
Great.
just want to clarify something. So there's 3 places in here that deal with residents being able to come to request a petition for some sort of special vote. So I just want to make sure that I understand what we're looking at. So section 5, number C, gives, has moved from 25 to 50 registered voters for a special meeting. It doesn't really say what the special meeting is for, but it does increase it from 25 to 50. Then, in section 6, letter B, we are back to the 25 registered voters for a special election to fill a vacancy, which I think was part of the struggle in the conversation a year ago of how many. So 50 if we want to talk about something other than electing, 25 if we want to bring an election to put a new officer in, and then section C1 is the recall, and that is 15%, which is much greater because of the type. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on all of that. Is that right?
That's what the task force has proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Task force members, anything else you want to try and tinker with tonight? Council members? All right. Dave, can you advise us, do we need a vote to move the proposal ahead for the hearing? And should it be a different vote from the one where you're going to recommend how we bundle it and discuss it?
Yes.
Okay, can you make some recommendations and lead us through the process, please?
Sure. So for this, give me 1 second. I want to double check statute. Okay. I would recommend that the council approve the charter as the charter amendments discussed this evening as the charter proposal to put before the voters.
Y'all understand that motion, the language? Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Thank you, Dave. Next.
So, the next motion is, I would like the council to find that the charter proposal is too long and unwieldy to be presented in amended form so that we can summarize it in the public hearing and special meeting notices, while at the same time a full copy of the charter will be available for every voter in their voting booths when the time comes on election day.
Okay.
In other words, a shorter motion is move to find that the charter is too long and unwieldy to be presented in amended form.
Second.
Folks may have to share. Dave, I'm in the process of, I've got a motion and a second, and I'm in the process of handing out the document you sent earlier so that people can see exactly what you're proposing. Get low. Okay, council members, do you understand what we're acting on here?
We're not voting on this notice yet.
We haven't got to that yet? I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Dave,
Yeah,
could
yeah,
you?
you're just voting on this, whether it's too long and unwieldy to be shown in amended form. That's the only, that's the only action before you right now. We haven't gotten to the hearing notice.
Thank you. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Oh, Sharon?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Motion carries. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so before I suggest a motion here, what I've done is I've drafted a public hearing notice for 2 public hearings in the city for on the charter amendment. Because the city council has decided that it's too long and unwieldy to be shown in amended form, we're allowed to summarize the charter, and then the voters are to be able to vote on each charter proposal separately. So what I've done is grouped different provisions of the charter into 3 separate charter proposals. One is about establishment of the city, its government structure and officers, and meetings and elections. Those are the first 7 provisions of the charter. That will be a yes or no vote. The second charter proposal applies to the changes related to the authority of city officials and how they are appointed. And that is sections 8 through 15, 22 about bonding officers, 28 the city manager, and 30 about the harbor commission. So this second charter proposal is all about what powers and authority the specific officers are given in this charter as amended, or as proposed to be amended. And then the last charter proposal is about some of the services and finances of the city. And that groups together the water and sewer, city property, city budget and finance, school and school property and severability into a third charter proposal for an up or down vote. And that's either we go all at once and say, do you voters approve this charter as proposed, or we break it down into different charter proposals and try to find some relationship among the sections. And sitting down, this was the best way I could think about kind of satisfying both the desire to vote on separate proposals while at the same time having topics grouped together in some rational way.
Council members, do you understand what's being proposed here? Task force members, y'all understand?
Wait.
Oh, go ahead,
Wait.
Sharon.
Wait. First of all, is the public going to see the charter updates with an explanation as to why we've done what we've done, or no?
What do you mean by that? The public's going to see the...
They're going to see the strikeouts from the original. They're not going to see the strikeouts from the original charter and then in purple why we made the changes we did, like the council says.
Oh, no, they will. They're going to see that document that we've been working on.
Okay. Secondly, so we are not going to be voting on, what you're asking is that we're not voting on all the updates to the current charter, but we're going to be voting on different sections of it?
So, okay.
So one section could go down and another not, or?
Yes, well, these different topic areas. So here's the deal. If you didn't vote to find that the charter was too long and unwieldy to be shown in amended form, every hearing notice and the special meeting warning would have to contain the entire charter, and it would cost thousands of dollars to publish.
I get that.
Right? problem with being presented with the charter all in one big piece. And they would like to have an opportunity to vote on different parts of it. So either you just put every section in the city warning and say yes or no, or you try to come up with a rational breakdown of how to organize the different sections like I did in this hearing notice. Or you put it all at once, which is
So
objective.
it'll be 3 votes, and each of the sections, each of the groups relate to each other, because that's been my pet peeve about not doing it in sections, is if you vote down one section, then it's gonna vote down everything else.
Right.
So I'm a little worried about all that.
So here you're breaking it into 3 different votes, 3 different articles, for lack of a better way of putting it, on the special meeting warning.
She can't see.
Yeah, I was wondering if there any way we could share this copy with Sharon so she could see the breakdown.
Oh, Sharon, right,
Yeah. I think like,
Forward
cause that,
the email.
yeah. could
Yeah,
you-
So I guess maybe what I should do is, because I haven't seen that, and because maybe I should just abstain from this vote.
well, I'll just say, I tried to send this to the council members and the task force members this morning, and it appears that I may have sent the email and not hit the attachment,
Yeah,
which is my fault. I apologize, because I tried to get it to you earlier.
that makes sense if they're betting on
Hold on, please.
Well, I just don't feel, I'm feeling like, because I haven't seen it and
It's a
had
short-
chance to digest it.
It's a short document. and
Okay,
So
it's
one.
okay, I can, and I'm
No.
comfortable abstaining.
Hold on just a second, Sharon. One possibility is Dave can put the document on the screen, because it's a relatively, it's only a one-page document, and fairly brief.
Yep, and
Yeah,
I just,
Yeah, there's.
But I would like to have had the opportunity to be able to see how they connect to each other.
Okay, Danny?
Because my worry is if you vote one part down, it's going to affect another part.
Danny?
Sharon, I would ask that you not abstain, because obviously, the city council is not beholden to the task force, but I haven't seen this yet. I would feel very uncomfortable having done all this work and then not understanding how this was gonna be bundled. I know that bundling is very important to a large section of the community who want to be able to vote, no one thinks they don't agree on, but still vote for charter because they do agree on. But I am not convinced that without further reading, I'm not convinced that the way that this is currently bundled would not cause conflict with.
Between the sections.
Between the sections, if one section is voted yes and the other one is voted against.
So Dave, can I ask a question of you, please? If the council chose not to respond to this tonight, can we warn the entire document the way we've been looking at it for the public hearing and still make a change later to section it as if we desire?
hold on 1 second. I was doing something else, trying to get the first.
I thought I took your breath away.
Yeah, I've got it now, Lori sent it to me, but I still have to look at it more carefully.
There's a typo in the first paragraph too, August 31st and August 31st.
Yeah, I fixed that, I just saw that, somehow that got changed, and I don't know how, but I moved it to September 14th.
But were you able to register my question, Dave?
Yes, I'm looking right now.
Okay.
So here's the struggle. I have to put something in this hearing notice that describes the charter and what's being amended. And so I could list the title and number of every section, a table of contents and put that in there, and we go forward, and you can talk about grouping them later.
And you've clearly got an opinion about this. Go ahead.
So like,
When I talked about going back to the original numbering, I was talking about going back to 1 to 41 or 42. Because I like the fact that we're sub-bundling. That's great, a great idea. But let's say somebody votes against 2. And let's say the majority of the people vote against 2, but they vote for 1 and 3. This way, you don't know what sections remain of it. The old charter then is still in effect for the one that was not voted on by a majority of the people. And what numbers are there? Because some of the numbers now are duplicated. You've approved 8 through 15 and 28 and 30, but what are the other numbers? The other numbers maybe that remain are different. I'm not explaining it that well.
No, I think we understand your point.
So initially, I think you have to go back to the old numbers at least, so that you don't duplicate numbers. You'll be left with, let's say 8 wasn't approved by a majority of the people, but it may, some of the other numbers.
I see your point.
Yeah, so that's
If we
one.
bundle it based on the new numbers and something doesn't pass, we're forced back to a weird amalgamation.
Yeah, you may have 2 8s now.
Yep.
The new 8 and the old 8.
I see your point. Charlie?
well, I know exactly why you're trying to do this, but my comment is this will be a nightmare for people to try to figure out why we're voting on it in 3 separate places. It'll be harder for anybody to figure it out. If you don't do the form of government, which we're changing from a strong mayor to a council manager, but then you do go along with number 2, then it's going to be a mess. Your charter's going to look like, some patchwork quilt. And it's going to be even harder to understand where we are to begin with. My feeling is that this is the only way you think, that legally we can do it, then I guess we have to do what we have to do. But if you can defend the fact that it's too unwieldy to not vote in its entirety, if you can defend that, that's why we vote yes or no, then I would like to stick with one vote. Either the charter goes up or the charter goes down. Because otherwise you're gonna end up, if all 3 of these don't pass, you're gonna have the messiest charter in the state of Vermont. So,
Which, for the record, we already do.
Well then, but we
I hear your point.
We just put a hell of a lot of time in to still have a piece of crap for a charter.
Okay, Joseph?
This is purely about process, so when I write, I'm not making things worse for everyone. Some of the things I think I know, but I'm going to ask anyway. You are sending out, as the council, a version of the charter, amended charter, that will be voted on November 3rd. However, you're going to have 2 hearings, and as a result of those hearings, or what you hear, it is possible that you will amend this.
Yes.
Okay, so this is, although it is what is being handed out, it is not cast in stone.
It's definitely not cast in stone.
Okay. This document has the old charter with strikeouts in it. Is this the document that is going to be available to all voters?
Yes.
Okay, so.
For through the public hearing process, at least. I don't know quite
Not,
how we get
but
from there
not,
next.
not in the ballot.
No, that won't be on the ballot, but it will be in every voting booth.
So it will be this in every voting booth.
Correct.
Okay. There is a version that would actually be, assuming the legislature, well, the voters pass it and the legislature agrees to it, what I would call a clean version. Is this at any point going to be shown to voters? Because it seems to me that when you're talking about unwieldy.
We can answer that question. Dave?
Okay.
Question is, will the voters have available to them what a clean version would look like if they passed it?
We can make one available to them. I think it's better to show it as an amended form, and I think it has to be shown in amended form at a minimum. We could also add a clean version, but the statute requires that the version in the voting booth be shown in amended form.
Okay, so there's a necessity that this document is provided, but it is possible that the clean version will also be provided.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So, council members, is it okay if I just ask Dave for his recommendation about where we go from here?
I just
Carter?
want to say I like the table of contents idea.
You like the table of contents idea?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I think-
that was the whole purpose of everybody putting in the time and effort they did is it's to pass the whole thing, not to pass certain sections of it, right? That's why they went through
Yep.
each line by line and each number and did what they did, so we could pass it as one, not as three.
Yeah. Dave?
So what I can do is I will have a version with just the table of contents listing all of the sections. And what council can do tonight is approve warning the public hearings for the 31st and the 14th. And then I will have this notice ready tomorrow morning for Jim to put up with
Hold on.
a copy of the charter.
We're not doing the dates yet. Don't worry about it. Say that again. Just the last sentence. Dave? Sorry.
The lessons that I will, I want the, let me start over.
Yeah, the confusion here, Dave, the confusion
So what I
here,
want council to do
yes.
is vote to approve holding public hearings on August 31st.
No, hold on, that's the problem. That's the problem. We thought that we were approving, we were gonna go for hearings on Thursday, September 3rd, and
Okay.
Monday, September 14th,
All right,
okay? So go ahead with those dates, and let's figure if we can get there.
September 3rd.
Thursday,
Okay.
September 3rd,
All right, I have the 27th, I have the,
at one point that was on the table, and then we took it off.
okay. Just so you know, I probably won't be able to attend the one on the 3rd.
Understood.
Or if I am, I can only attend for a portion of it. I'm going to be traveling. Okay, so September 3rd, I would have council warn public hearings for September 3rd, and then I have to see if the 14th is going to be a problem then. Hold on.
I think we did this with you, but let's double check it.
I think that's why we have the 31st, actually. So, hold on. Let's say the 20th. Okay, so yeah, you're fine to do it on,
This would be our first council.
yeah, you can do it on the 3rd and the 14th, that's fine.
Okay. So just to be clear, what we're aiming for here would be a special meeting on Thursday, September 3rd, and that the public hearing would be woven into the regular meeting scheduled for September 14th.
Yep.
Okay.
And what I will then do tomorrow, I will have for Jim a hearing notice with those two dates and a list of the table of contents of the charter. They will all be voted on as one. And I'll just need Carrie to insert the Google Meet links and the phone numbers and the pins for each of the hearing dates tomorrow morning.
Carrie's with you. She's got that.
So I think all I would need now is a motion to warn public hearings for September 3rd and the 14th at 6 p.m.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any other comments or questions for clarification? And so let me just be clear before we take this vote. What community residents will see on our website is the strike-through version of everything the the task force has presented with the changes that we made tonight together. They'll be able to access that after Dave gives us that version tomorrow, right? And it will be online. So everyone will start that first meeting on September 3rd with the same document that we perfected tonight, insofar as you can call it perfection.
Yeah, it needs to be filed with Jim's office tomorrow morning, and he certifies the date that he received it. So I will be sure to have that to Jim well before noon.
Marvelous. Council members, any other questions?
That's 2 weeks.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Dave, is there anything else we need to do tonight with this?
No.
All right, we're going to release you because you have to either work late tonight or early tomorrow morning. And we're going to go on to finish our agenda tonight.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer still has a comment, however.
Oh, thank you. Jennifer?
I just had one question about the procedure. You keep on saying this draft is what's going to be there. Does that mean what happens if there are changes? Does that reset the public hearing? Are we in the same situation we had before? We cannot make a change to what's adopted tonight?
No, that doesn't mean that at all. Tonight, what we've adopted is what will go to the public hearing. We can make changes after the next public hearing if we choose, as we warn for the following meeting, or we can collect those comments, which is how we did it back in January, and do 2 public hearings and then make changes. We can do it either way. Dave and I have talked about this. Okay? But we will, the document will certainly change after either or both of the next 2 meetings.
Great.
Okay? Any other questions?
Yeah, this notice needs to go in the newspaper as well, at least by 5 days before September 3rd. So I think it's got to go next week.
That's kind of why we gave ourselves a little more time.
Yeah.
We were worried about the new timing for the Express with only 3 days a week publishing.
Yeah.
Okay? Jim, you've got that? Okay. All right, any other questions about this before we move on?
Yes.
Charlie? We're not looking at it tonight. We're done. Okay? Okay, Dave, thank you so much for hanging in here with us for more than 4 hours.
You're welcome.
Council members, we're moving on to public comment. Are there any folks?
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Dave.
Good night.
Anybody signed up?
Yeah.
And,
Yes, just in case.
okay. Council members, any new business? Sharon, you're okay? You look like you're fading, Sharon. Any old business? Jim?
I got one real quick one.
Yep.
I got a call from the Legion Auxiliary. They'd like to move their coin drop from the 7th to the 31st because there's a crash show going on and all their staff is doing a crash.
Have we checked to see if that's a conflict with Mike? Because Mike Brown's the one who's been keeping that whole calendar, right? Or do you have it?
Check tomorrow. If there's no conflict, if you're okay with it, there's no conflict.
Council members?
Just moving it up a week. All it is.
You okay with this, Council members?
I'm good with that as long as there's no other conflict.
Okay, can I have a motion to allow the change in date that's being proposed by the Legion? It's the Legion, right, Jim?
Yeah.
By the Legion, assuming there's no conflict with another coin drop.
So moved.
Second? I got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I'm going to call you yay and aye there, Sheriff. And motion carries. Okay, Joe, I should have skipped you. Any new business or old business you'd like to put on the table?
No, sir, that's fine.
Okay. So we've taken action. I'm just going to be clear one more time so everybody understands. Our next meeting will be September 3rd, a special meeting for the first public hearing on the charter changes. The meeting after that will be September 14th, because we voted months ago to move it off of Labor Day weekend. So our normal first Monday of the month is now going to be on Monday night, the second Monday, which is the 14th of September. Okay? Any questions? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion?
Second.
I got a second. I just want to say before we vote, how grateful I am to everyone in the room and everyone online for a long night. I think we had a really substantive conversation. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Sharon, thank you for doing this after a long travel day.